Shadow. Copyright 2024 by Samantha Price. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Previously. It was early Monday morning, and Trust sat in her local coffee shop, sipping her favorite blend of coffee with a hint of vanilla and spice. Jack had woken her with an early morning text telling her he wanted her in his office at 9. She noticed a newspaper left on the table next to her. She reached over, grabbed it, and began to see what was happening in the world. On page 3, a photo caught her attention. One of the most iconic diamonds in the world, the Purple Promise. The headline said it was going up for sale. It was coming to New York to be auctioned. Not just any auction, she read. It was to be a private auction, and there wasn't going to be any public display. She blew out a long, deep breath, wondering which of the world's billionaires would end up with it. It was rare for a diamond to be purple, and even rarer for one so large. This one had been cut into a 22-carat stone. With the several $1 million it would command, it could go a long way toward solving world hunger. The divide between the rich and the poor was too wide, and it wasn't right. Figures quickly filtered through her mind. Years before, a 19-carat pink diamond sold for $50 million. It was a good medium pink, not a pale one. The Purple Promise, being so rare, could go for even more. She nibbled on the end of her fingernail as she recalled a blue diamond that had set a record when it went under the hammer for $80 million. Then there was a blue diamond, just over 14.6 carats, that had gone for $46 million. If she stole the Purple Promise, she could make a real difference in the lives of tens of thousands, people who had fallen through the cracks of society. Naturally, security around the diamond would be the best in the world. The best of the best. But there was always a way. There had to be. Trust drained the last of her coffee and signaled to the waitress for another. Then she bit into her ham and cheese bagel. The waitress placed the coffee in front of her, and Trust counted out the money and handed it to her. Normally, she would have given a much larger tip, but things were different now. She reached into her bag, opened her phone, and called her sister. "Yes?" Serenity answered. Trust looked around and spoke low so no one could hear. "Never tell anyone about me. You told your friend Gazelle, and she told Ryan about me, and he connected with me only because he knew who I was. I figured that out. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'll never tell anyone about you again." "Wait, but all that crime stuff is behind you, right?" Trust couldn't stay mad at her sister. "Still, I like to keep my life private. Just don't do it again. I'm trying to go straight, but I'm looking at something that would solve a lot of problems for the charity's latest project, and way beyond even that." "No. You don't want to go back to prison." Trust thought for a moment. "You'll find out when you're older that in this life you're either controlled, or you're the one doing the controlling. The rich make this world work for themselves. Who's looking out for the poor? That doesn't even make sense, Trust. Just don't do it. Promise me." "Don't say promise." Trust laughed, keeping to herself that the diamond was called the Purple Promise. Serenity grunted. "Just tell me you won't." "Okay. I won't do it. I've got to go. Someone's calling me." Serenity ended the call. Before Trust put down her phone, she considered Serenity's words. She needed the money for the battered women she was helping, but she didn't want to go to prison again. Pulling out her phone, she looked down at her messages and reread the one from Jack that morning. "Meet me in my office at 8. 8. She was sure it had said 9 when she'd seen the message that morning, but she had been half asleep. Now she was late. She quickly shot back a text. "Sorry, overslept. Be right there." He wrote back, "I have a case for you that you're going to love. It's right up your alley." Back to the present. Trust Zeigler got out of the elevator and hurried to Jack's office. When she walked in the open door of his office, it was worse than she'd feared. Monica Blaze sat opposite Jack, and they were smiling at each other as they spoke. Any fool could tell Monica was in love with Jack. Who wouldn't be in love with him? The way the corners of his eyes crinkled when he smiled, how earnest his serious face could be, and the way he walked, no, this guy glided with confidence. Everything about Jack was a delight, but she knew he'd never be interested in someone like her, a woman with a dubious past. But a girl could always dream. The smile left Jack's face when he looked up and saw her. He bounded to his feet. Trust, thanks for coming in. Take a seat. Trust walked over with Monica now scowling at her. One thing Trust knew was that Monica wouldn't rest until she, Trust Zeigler, was far away from the FBI and far away from Jack. Monica had never liked her, and made sure she knew it. Good morning, Monica. Good to see you again. All Trust got in return was a curt nod. She sat in the chair next to Monica. As soon as Jack sat down behind the desk, he cleared his throat. I'll get right to the point. Good, please do. Trust felt Monica staring at her, but Trust kept looking directly at Jack's handsome face. Monica's gun was stolen last night. Trust turned and looked at Monica. I'm sorry to hear it. Are we doing an investigation about it? Monica turned her body to face Trust. No, Trust. The jig's up. What jig? Monica looked over at Jack. Look at her. She's wearing my earrings right now. What? Trust frowned at her, raising her hand to touch her earrings. Monica thought she saw you after the robbery. Her building went into lockdown last night because of a fire alert, and then someone busted through her door with an axe. Trust's mouth fell open in shock. That's awful for you, Monica. Is that when your gun went missing? No, Jack answered for Monica. Well, it might have been, but someone broke into her safe and stole her gun and a pair of valuable diamond earrings. We don't know if it was before or after the fire alarm was raised. They are a very expensive pair of earrings, and I can't believe you've got the nerve to wear them right in front of my face. These are my earrings. They were a gift from an old boyfriend. I never even thought they were real. They probably aren't. I don't think he would have been able to afford diamonds of this size. Anyway, they're mine, not yours. You'd know whether they were real or not because of your past occupation, if you can call stealing jewels an occupation. I saw you, and I know it was you. Jack leaned over his desk and put his hand up to try to calm Monica. There's a simple way to solve this. Trust, do you mind if we have someone take a look at those earrings? Not at all, as long as I get them back. Each of my diamonds has a lasered number on it. Monica reached into the handbag on her lap and produced a couple of diamond certificates. Trust knew what they were right away. Trust took the earrings off. I'm sorry that I don't try to estimate the value of the gifts people give me. Maybe mine have a number on them too. I wouldn't know. I don't normally take gifts anywhere to be appraised. She dropped the earrings into the palm of Jack's outstretched hand. Thank you, Trust. It won't take long to get to the bottom of this. He handed the earrings to Monica. Take a look for those numbers. Monica grabbed the earrings, then held one up to the light. Now it was Trust's turn to retrieve something from her handbag. She grabbed her 10x jeweler's loop out of her bag and handed it to her. Try this. Monica frowned and took the loop from her without a word of thanks. You're welcome. I take it everywhere with me. You'd be surprised how often it comes in handy. No, I wouldn't be surprised about anything when it comes to you, Monica snapped. After she studied the earrings for a moment, she said to Trust, You've put them in different settings. They're not your earrings. Is the number there, Monica? Jack asked, now sounding bored with the whole thing. Monica's mouth turned down at the corners. There's no number on this one. Try the other, Trust suggested. No. Monica shook her head and stared at Jack. She must have got the numbers polished off. Trust was dumbfounded and sat there without saying a word. And how would she have done that? Jack asked. Got a diamond cutter to do it, I guess, which might have made them smaller, hence having to put them in new settings. The robbery was last night. We have to be practical about this, Monica. There wouldn't have been enough time between last night and now to do anything like that, to put the diamonds in other settings, and for Trust to find a diamond cutter or someone who'd be able to do that, Jack said. You can search my apartment if you want, if you think I've got your gun. I can tell you that I was home all night. Check my cell phone signal. Those earrings are mine. Monica stared at the diamonds. They look like mine. All diamonds look the same. That is, if these are even diamonds. As I said, I wouldn't even know. Trust sensed Jack looked doubtful at what she said. I just wear them because I like them. It has nothing to do with the value. I know they're mine, Monica said through gritted teeth. I don't have a doubt about it. If you've got certificates for your diamonds, take my earrings and have them checked by a diamond appraiser. I don't mind. Are you sure you don't mind, Trust? Jack asked. Of course not. I've got nothing to hide. Thank you. There you are, Monica. You can take them and have them checked. Monica laughed. I can see where this is going. I'll bring these back to you, and you'll say I've switched them, and they were really some valuable kind of diamonds. No. I just said in front of Jack that I don't even know if they are diamonds. I trust you. Take them. Unless you're trying to set me up for something. Monica placed the earrings down, and then rested her hands on her bag. I'm not falling for it. Jack, can you take them and the certificates and have them checked? You're impartial. Jack pressed his lips together. If that'll solve the issue, I will. Monica then glared at Trust. Trust offered what she hoped was a genuine smile before she said, I hope they are diamonds. Do you have the name of the man who gave them to you, Trust? Jack asked. Trust didn't enjoy deceiving Jack, but she'd started with a lie, and now she had to carry it through. They were fakes, but she was enjoying playing along. No. It was 1,000,000 years ago. I don't even remember. His dark eyebrows rose just slightly. I'm sure you have a lot of boyfriends, Monica blurted out before she bounded to her feet. Let me know as soon as you learn anything, Jack. Jack stood while Monica flounced out of his office. I will, he said, just as she was at the door. As Jack sat down again, he said, I'm sorry to put you through that, Trust, but she has her suspicions. Thank you for being cooperative. That's okay. I'd be upset if I'd lost diamonds that size too. I would have thought, though, she'd be more upset about the gun. Won't she get into trouble if that's an FBI-issued weapon? He nodded. The Bureau won't be happy, but if it's stolen, she can't help it. She had a safe and a home security system, and made every effort to keep it out of the wrong hands. Well, what happened with her security system? Apparently, it failed. Who would have broken in? Was it an opportunist, like a looter, with the fire happening? He shook his head. It's unlikely, but it's hard to know for sure. No one else in the building was robbed that night. It seems that her apartment was the target. And her security system had to have been tampered with. She insists it wasn't turned off, so that's the only option. The security system in her apartment. That's right. Oh, that's dreadful. I feel so sorry for her. I hope she finds a nice place to stay while they're fixing her apartment. It was just her door. It's already been fixed. The thing that worries her is that someone knew the safe's combination, or they were able to get into it somehow. That is a worry. He stared at her for a moment. Let's go. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can get on with the job. Chapter 2. Trust slipped into the front seat of Jack's car. Before he started the engine, he looked over at her. Nervous? No. Why should I be? You're 100% sure the earrings aren't Monica's? No. It's not even possible. I thought you, of all people, trusted me. He laughed. I was joking. Still, this will put Monica's mind at rest and show her we can trust you. It'll also show her how ridiculous she's being. Yes, that too. He started the engine and then made his way out of the parking lot. Where are we going? Trust stared at him. To get the earrings checked, aren't we? Yes. But I don't know anywhere that could do that. I thought you would. Take a left. She directed him to a jewelry store close by. When he found a place to park, the last thing she wanted was to go in with him. How about I wait in the car? It's too hot. You'll fry. I'll get out of the car and find some shade. Okay, but it'll still be hot. I just don't want to go in. They might recognize me and think I'm going to rob them or something. You know how some people can be. Even Monica accused me of stealing. Everyone will forever be untrusting of me. Just let me avoid it where I can, okay? All right. I'll go in. I just give them the earrings and ask them to check them against the ones in the certificates, right? Yes. Trust grabbed one of Monica's certificates from him and opened it. See how they've plotted the internal inclusions on the map? He stared at it and shrugged his shoulders. If you say so. These marks here correspond to inclusions in the diamonds. They're tiny crystals and things the carbon would have picked up when it was in a molten state, when the original crystals were forming. Each diamond is unique, like a fingerprint. Unless, of course, it's internally flawless and has no inclusions. The internal inclusions are usually good identifiers, though. So if they are Monica's diamonds, they'll have those marks. He pointed to the red marks on the diamond's map. Yes, they never leave the stones. They're permanently embedded inside. Unlike the lasered identifying number on the perimeter of the stone, which could be polished off. Got it. Wish me luck. She frowned at him. Whose side are you on? He smiled at her. I know these aren't Monica's. She tends to be a little dramatic at times, a little intense. Still, it's that intense focus that makes a good agent. If you say so. I'm sorry she accused you. I can't wait to see what she says when I tell her they aren't her earrings. Trust huffed. They're not, and it's a waste of your time and mine. It won't take long. We have a job coming anyway. She stared at the odd expression on his face, a mixture of happy, startled, and amused. I can't wait to hear about it. That's why I wanted you in my office early. So, you didn't want me there this morning to discuss Monica's robbery? No. She was more than a little relieved about that. What is the job? She noticed he didn't call it a case. It's something you should be very happy about. Tell me. He laughed and shook his head. Let me get the earring fiasco out of the way first. They both got out of the car, and Trust took her handbag with her. She might just see something she wanted to buy while she waited. Jack left her and went into the jewelry store. Trust wandered down the road and stood in the shade of a shop's awning. Then she spotted a handbag store and was walking toward it when a white SUV pulled up suddenly in a no-parking zone next to her. She couldn't help looking because the brakes had screeched as it came to a halt. Before she knew what was happening, she was grabbed from behind by large hands and lifted clean off the ground. All the kicking and screaming didn't make a difference because by the time she opened her mouth, she was already in the vehicle surrounded by 3 large men. She was forced to the floor of the vehicle, and one man held something over her face. Chloroform. She could smell it and tried to hold her breath. Just as she raised her hands to pull the man's hand away from her face, everything around her faded. When Trust opened her eyes, she was in a darkened room. She's awake, a male voice yelled out. When she was able to focus, she saw 3 men sitting around her, staring at her. Can she hear us? One guy asked another. They were all solidly built, dressed in black, and all balding. She tried to move her arms and legs, but soon learned she was strapped to a chair. Where am I? Never mind about that. We need you to do something for us. Her heavy lids closed, and she hoped against all hope that this was one of her bad dreams. She's still out of it, someone said. Then she felt a hard, stinging slap across her face. All her breath left her, and her body heaved for air. Why did you do that, idiot? She heard one man say to the one who'd struck her. We don't have all day, the one who slapped her grunted. Trust. She opened her eyes to see a man's face 6 inches from her own. "Who are you?" The voice that came out of her mouth sounded like someone else's. It only made her feel stranger, as though she was in a truly weird dream. Something told her this was no dream. "You're now working for me." "I work for myself." Even in her weakened state, she had to assert herself. "That's where you're wrong. You're now working for me. You're going to get me the Purple Promise." She remembered the news article from that morning. If she was going to steal the Purple Promise, she'd do it for the charity she'd started with Alex Bevan, the Haven of Hope. That'll be impossible. Too much high-tech security. That's your problem. Can't be done. The security will be too high, Trust insisted. You're wasting your time. You can do it, he shot back at her. His voice was so loud Trust froze. Watch this. He held a cell phone up to her face. It played Jack Fletcher walking into the building where he worked. "We'll kill your friends if you don't get us the Purple Promise." She shook her head. "I can't do what can't be done." "Jack Fletcher," one of them said, as though further impressing upon her that they'd kill him. "He's no friend. He's just like you, trying to make me work for him. Trying to make me a puppet, but I still can't do what can't be done. Keep watching." Then they showed her a picture of her sister, Serenity, going into their parents' home. "We will kill your whole family," a voice from the darkness said. "No. Don't you dare even think about it. Keep away from her. Get us the Purple Promise, and you won't have a problem." Trust gulped and her mind started racing. She'd learned in the past, if she wanted something badly enough, there was always a way to do it. "Do you have a plan?" "You'll have to come up with it yourself. We heard about you. We know if anyone can do it, you can. If not, you will face the consequences." "Yeah, if we had a plan, we wouldn't need you." She heard men laughing in the background. How many of them, she couldn't tell. "What am I supposed to do? Are you going to keep me captive?" She moved her body the best she could, but she was bound tightly to the chair. "No. You go about your everyday life. We don't want to raise suspicion." He showed her a cell phone. "We'll contact you on this." "Do you have any resources?" she asked. "Someone on the inside?" "No. You come up with a plan. If you need anything, I'll get what you need." Trust stared at the phone. "How will I get in contact?" "I'll call you." The only way something like this would work was if they had someone on the inside, but she didn't want to upset them. "How long have we got?" "It's on limited display from the 22nd. Auctions on the following Thursday." Limited display meant only the people with money would even see it. Not the general public. "What if I can't do it?" "You and your family will die." She stared into his cold eyes. Then he looked at the man beside her. "Take her away." Chapter 3. She was blindfolded again and pushed into a van. Several minutes later, the blindfold was ripped off, the van door slid open and she was given a shove. She nearly fell onto the pavement, but managed to stay on her feet. As the van sped away, she looked at it, but it was too late to get the plate number. Jack. She had to find him. Looking around, she saw she was 2 blocks from where he'd left her. She hurried to his car, not sure how long she'd been gone. Minutes later, she found the car and Jack was nowhere to be seen. She did some deep breathing to calm her nerves. She was smoothing down her hair when Jack approached her. "There you are. I've been looking everywhere." "Sorry. I got distracted." "Your earrings aren't diamonds at all." He arched a skeptical eyebrow. "I'm guessing you knew that." She had to keep the ordeal she'd just been through to herself, and used her best acting skills. "Oh, that's so sad. I was starting to hope they were when Monica said they looked like hers. The bad thing is hers are still stolen. That's horrible for her, and she's got her gun stolen as well. Her diamond earrings and her gun. The poor thing. She'll be extra upset when she learns I didn't steal anything after all." Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Jack frowning. Let's hope she realizes you're not the enemy. I hope so. If it's all right with you, I'd rather not be there when you tell her. That's fine. I can see how awkward it must be for you. He stared at her. Are you okay? You seem a bit vague. I am a bit dizzy. I've been dieting. That's all she could come up with. You women and your diets. You're perfect as you are. Trust managed a smile and was glad he believed her. I still haven't told you about our next assignment. Oh yes. I'm excited to know what it is. She forced a smile. He grinned. It's one I'm sure you'll like. Tell me. I'm in suspense. He glanced behind him to make sure no one could hear. We are involved with the security team, protecting the Purple Promise. Have you heard about it? Trust was shocked. Had those men known that? Surely they would have said something if they had. I was just reading about it in the paper this morning. Wow. Does that mean I'll get to see it in person? He laughed. I dare say so. We're on the security team. Wow. Wonderful. She tried to sound pleased, but she wasn't sure how she felt about it. She was in a perfect position to steal it to protect her family, but now she'd be suspect number one if the Purple Promise went missing. He glanced over at her. If you're up for it, we can start work today on some plans. If you're not, I can take you home and bring you up to speed on it tomorrow. No. I'm fine. I'm feeling a lot better. I'll grab something to eat, and that'll perk me up. What plans? What exactly is involved? We'll grab a bite to eat and then we can talk. An hour later, the plans landed in Trust Zeigler's lap, and she started studying the layout of the building where the Purple Promise would be held. It was all seeming so easy. There was no having Kent download the blueprints from wherever he could hack into, taking days or weeks to get them. No, here it was in front of her. She still didn't know what she was going to do. She wasn't going to risk everything, just to hand it off to those crooks who'd kidnapped her. Still, maybe she could use them as decoys in some way. Fake her death, and make it look like they were the ones who killed her and stole the diamond too. Then she could move somewhere overseas, because she'd be able to access her other bank accounts. She couldn't access them currently, not with the FBI breathing down her neck. Of course, Marty would give her a new ID, and maybe rather than fly out of the country, she'd go by boat. Cruise liner. They'd never look for her on a cruise. Then she'd disembark in some small foreign country and decide where to go from there. Who else knows I'll be doing this? Trust asked. Jack's eyebrows drew together. Why? She shrugged her shoulders. I'm just wondering. You're worried about some of your old colleagues trying to blackmail or intimidate you for information. No. She laughed as though what he said was ridiculous. Of course not. If anyone like that contacted me, I'd tell you right away. There's no one like that anyway. I have no colleagues. I'm sure you wouldn't want me here if you thought I'd fall into the trap of opening my mouth. Jack rubbed his chin. I remember one colleague you had. Trust rolled her eyes. He meant Ryan Castle, the thorn in her side. Oh, him. Well, you don't have to worry about him anymore. I'm taking what I do here very seriously. I know it's a big opportunity. It's been a lifeline for me, Jack, and I appreciate it. I'm not going to put one foot wrong. Besides, no one knows where he is right now. Don't get me started about that. I trust you completely, Trust. You'd have too much to lose. Besides, we're keeping a close eye on you. He chuckled, and she didn't know if that was true or not. Were they watching her? Good. I've nothing to hide. Did you trust me with those diamond earrings just now? Of course, except the part about you not knowing that those earrings weren't diamonds. It was almost as though you were baiting Monica. I'd never do that. Inside, Trust was laughing. Monica burst into the room. Monica, we're in a meeting. He covered over the plans. She folded her arms over her chest. Where are my diamonds? Jack stood. Let's talk about this outside. No. I want them back now, and my gun. It's okay, Jack, Trust answered, pleased that he remembered she didn't want to witness Monica being told they weren't her diamond earrings. He reached into his inner coat pocket and handed back her 2 certificates. I went to your office to tell you, and you weren't there. Let's talk about this further in your office. We can talk here, Monica blurted out. Recalling Trust asked not to be around when he told Monica the news, Jack looked over at Trust. She gave him a nod, letting him know it was okay. He turned back to Monica. Trust's earrings were not your diamonds. Not only that, but they also didn't match up with the diamonds on the certificate. They were a whole different color, clarity, and what have you. Monica frowned and reached forward and plucked the certificates out of Jack's fingers. Are you sure? Trust added, don't worry, he went there by himself. I had nothing to do with it. Monica glared at Trust. It doesn't change the fact that I saw you outside my apartment, and now I've got things missing. That's what you do. You steal things. That's in the past. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Trust shook her head. And I wasn't anywhere near your apartment, wherever that is. I was at home. That's enough, Monica. You can't accuse Trust of this. There's no proof, no evidence. Trust was shocked at how harshly he spoke to Monica. I know she did it, Monica insisted. Were they insured? Jack asked Monica. Yes. Then Monica turned on her heel and walked out. Sorry about that, Jack said as he sat down. She can't accuse you like that. It's not right. Are you on a higher level than she is? Trust asked. Technically, yes. I wouldn't say I'm her boss, though. Why didn't you tell her my earrings were fake? He shrugged his shoulders. That was something she didn't need to know. It makes no difference. Trust sighed. I wish they were real. He clapped his hands. Back to these plans. From the list in front of him, he told her of all the security that was in place already. Then he said, why don't you come up with a few ways it could be stolen and we'll put measures in place to prevent it? She shook her head. It's not as easy as that. There's too much security. I might be able to come up with one way, but not several. She bit her lip. Maybe 2. See what you can do. I know that you've broken into some impenetrable places. Allegedly. He stared at her. All right. I'm going to need some time. Trust's mind was already racing. Take all the time in the world, but we only have a few days. And those plans can't leave my office. She wasn't happy about that. Okay, I can work with that, but only if I get food and coffee. Jack frowned at her. We just ate. Yes, I know, but thinking makes me hungry. Jack gave a slight shake of his head. I'll have someone get you something. What would you like? A coffee, black and strong, and a bagel with cream cheese, please. Got it. Then he looked up at her. Is that diet food? I'm forgetting the diet, for now. Until the Purple Promise is safe. I mean until after it's sold, and we're not looking after it anymore. Good idea. He stood. I might stretch my legs, head out, and get you the bagel and coffee myself. I'll give you some peace so you can brainstorm. Okay. I'll be here. I'm not game to leave the office. When he left, she took the plans of the building and walked over to the small couch in the corner. When the Purple Promise went missing, she'd be the first person they'd come looking for. Then the realization set in. Was the Purple Promise something worth dying for? If the kidnappers found out she was double-crossing them and framing them, they'd kill her. It crossed her mind to tell Jack the whole thing of how they were forcing her to steal the Purple Promise, but no. She knew nothing about them or their organization. If some of the crooks were caught, what was to stop the others from carrying out their threats? She couldn't risk it. Chapter 4. The first thing Trust did when she walked in the door of her apartment was kick off the heels that had been killing her feet. Another day was over, and it had been a terrible one. She slumped onto the couch. What a day. She'd been kidnapped, accused of stealing, and found out she was expected to look after the very thing she was being blackmailed to steal. After a few moments, she stood up and headed to the corner of the room where she kept a different cell phone, an untraceable one. She called Kent. "Come on. Answer," she said aloud when he didn't pick up right away. "Hello." "It's me," Truss said. "I thought it might be. What a day I've had." "What happened?" "So many things I don't know where to start." She proceeded to tell him what had happened with the not diamond earrings. "And then I find out that we're supposed to be guarding the Purple Promise. We're part of the security." "Who is?" "Jack and me." "You're kidding." "I'm not." "You do get yourself into situations." Kent laughed. "I haven't told you half of it. It gets worse. Much worse." "You sound so serious. How much worse could it get?" Not wanting it to be real, she took a deep breath. "I was snatched off the street by some guys, and they want me to steal the Purple Promise for them. That was before I found out that Jack wanted me, that I was supposed to be on the team watching it to keep it safe." Kent was silent. "Say something." "Snatched." "Kidnapped." "Yes." "When?" "Today, but only for an hour or so, then they let me go. I was taken, given orders, and then let out again." "Who did it?" Kent asked. "I don't know. I've never seen them before. They were thick-set men, balding, or maybe they'd shaved their heads. Generally, they all looked the same. The room was darkened, I was dazed and couldn't see them properly. I heard their voices. One of them had a very thick accent." "What did he say?" "I can't remember word for word. They told me what they wanted me to do, then threatened Jack, and then they threatened my family. In particular, they mentioned Serenity. They showed me a video of Jack and then Serenity, so they know where my family lives." "This happened today?" "Yes." "Why didn't you call me right away?" Kent asked. "I couldn't. I've been with Jack most of the day. This is the first chance I've had." "It's unbelievable." "Don't remind me. It's a wonder I made it through. I very nearly didn't. I almost caved and told Jack about being kidnapped." "Where was Jack when all this was happening?" "He was having my earrings appraised. It's a long story. They covered my face with a chloroform-soaked rag." "Sounds awful." "I'm sorry. Are you all right, Trust? Do you want me to come by?" "No. I'm tired. I just want to sleep." "What am I going to do?" "I'll find out who they are." "How did they know you'd be on the security team?" "They didn't. At least, they didn't mention it. I think it was a coincidence. I mean, it is a diamond, and I'm known for stealing them." She rubbed her head, forgetting how much she had told him. "Did I tell you they threatened everyone? They threatened me, my sister, and my family. I'm just realizing it all now. I think I've been in shock or denial. Possibly both. It sounds like you need a good sleep." "I can't handle my life anymore. It's gotten too complicated." Her grandmother would tell her that she had crumbled the soup herself, and now she had to spoon it up. She hated how what they said often played through her mind, especially when she was doing her best to forget them and her entire Amish childhood. "So they must be in the city somewhere if the drive in the car didn't take too long," Kent commented. "That hardly narrows it down though," Truss said. "Well, you're not giving me much to work with. It would help if you remembered what that man said to you, and how he said it. I might be able to work out his accent and get a lead from that. I'm guessing you didn't get a plate number of a vehicle." "I'm sorry, no. Something might come to me when I'm more rested." "You're an ace at handling pressure. You're the coolest person I know." She pouted, thinking about what he said. "In the moment, I'm cool, but even I get nervous. It's adrenaline, and that's okay. Anyway, maybe you should tell your friend at the FBI about these men. There'll be other diamonds, other opportunities. Don't do anything silly while you're under threat." I hear what you're saying, but there's also this tiny voice in the back of my head telling me that where there is no risk, there is no reward. It nags at me. I honestly don't know what to do. You also told me there's a louder voice in your head about not going back to prison. She swallowed hard. But if I can think of something clever, steal the diamond and make it look like the kidnappers stole it. How do I know these men would even carry out anything? They're probably just bluffing. They'd know I have a close association with the FBI, so surely these men wouldn't risk doing anything stupid. It's far too risky on both sides. If you get caught, you'll end up in jail, probably for life. They'll come down hard on you to make an example. Then what will happen to the homeless people you're helping? You would have made the FBI look stupid as well, now that they've given you a chance and opened themselves up to a security breach. I don't think it would be that much of a security breach. They haven't told me any secrets. Truss laughed. I don't even have a pass to the executive washroom. I'm serious, Trust. You're in a sandwich between the FBI and these guys. The outcome is being dead or going to prison. Or having your family members killed. She knew Kent only had her best interests at heart. It's hard to know what to do. I really see that telling Jack is your only option. Tell him they've threatened you. But can I risk that? Trust asked. I'll give Marty a call and see what he thinks. Good idea. Make him earn his keep, Trust said. He hasn't done much lately. Marty was Trust's other friend and partner in crime, responsible for organizing Trust's fake IDs, transportation, and most of the other detailed things. I'd call him myself, but I don't feel well. When did you eat last? I don't know, lunch maybe. Order takeout and have a rest. Kent ended the call. Trust dropped the cell phone and closed her eyes. Thank goodness it was Friday, and she was certain Jack didn't work on Saturday. Chapter 5. The next morning, Trust looked forward to a peaceful day alone. She toasted herbed bagels, spread them with cream cheese, and poured herself a steaming cup of coffee. Just as she sat down with the newspaper, the door buzzer rang, a rare disturbance. Still in her pajamas and robe, she smoothed her hair and tightened her belt before checking the monitor. It was Serenity. Relieved, Trust opened the door. Thank goodness it's you. Who else would it be? Serenity asked as she stepped inside. Trust shrugged. No one. Just maybe Jack. Jack, huh? Serenity teased with a knowing smirk. Trust rolled her eyes. I don't get many visitors. You and Jack are the only ones who manage to get past the new doorman. Want a bagel or coffee? All you ever eat is bagels and coffee, Serenity teased, ignoring the offer. Not true. I drink water too, Trust replied with a playful smile. Serenity chuckled. You're so philosophical today. Just repeating things I've heard, Trust said, waving it off. They both sat on the couch, and Trust noticed something was off. What's the matter? You seem unsettled. Serenity hesitated. It's nothing. Man trouble. Trust guessed, keeping her tone light. Serenity sighed. Maybe. The Amish guy they first told you about. He's sweet, but knows nothing about the outside world. I'm already seeing someone else. His name is Tony, but I'm not sure I'm ready to date another outsider. I just want to be more sure about things. Trust broke off a piece of her bagel, thinking how her sister's relationships always seemed to go this way. Maybe give it time. Maybe, Serenity agreed half-heartedly. But that's not why I'm here. I wanted to talk about Ma'am and Dat. Trust's shoulders tensed. Are they okay? They're fine, just worried about you. I think they know I see you from time to time, even though I'm not supposed to. And? Trust asked, her voice tightening. They miss you, Trust. They care. Trust scoffed. That's your opinion. Don't be silly. All parents love their children, Serenity insisted. Maybe, but it's difficult under the circumstances, Trust muttered. Anything strange happening around you lately? Serenity's eyes widened. Why do you ask? Trust shrugged. Just a bad dream. Nothing to worry about. So, what are you up to? Serenity asked. Still consulting for the FBI, Trust replied casually. That's good. It's giving you something to do. Yes, Jack and I are part of the team guarding the Purple Promise. I'm not supposed to say so, and you can't tell anyone. The what? Trust explained, and Serenity was astonished by the value of the item. Serenity's eyes bugged wide. And they trust you with it. I'm reformed, Trust said, though she could see the doubt in Serenity's eyes. Wouldn't you be tempted? Serenity asked quietly. Don't even suggest it. That life is behind me. Serenity nodded slowly, still seeming unsure. I just find it sudden. Wouldn't it take years to reform? One day in prison is enough, Trust replied, her tone serious. Serenity looked away. I didn't mean to upset you, but you still need money for the charity, right? It's fine, Trust said, though the tension lingered. Serenity brightened. Why don't you come to dinner tonight? The family would love to see you. Trust shook her head. No thanks. I can't think of anything worse. Perhaps you've forgotten what being shunned means? They can't eat with me even if they wanted to, which they wouldn't. Serenity sighed. That was years ago. Nothing's changed, so let's not talk about it. I'm concentrating on work now. You have always been a hard worker. At least you're on the right side now. I like to relax too. Trust protested. Sure, for 5 minutes, and then you're ready to do something else, Serenity teased. Trust rolled her eyes. Did you come here just to nag at me? No, but I won't stop until you come back home, even if it's just for a visit. Make the effort. Family rifts are bad. Some families are bad, Trust countered. Serenity shook her head, then asked softly, what made you start stealing? We've never talked about it. I get to fix the bad things about society. Not all of the bad things, but I'm doing my bit. I know you are. How is the Haven of Hope doing? It could be better. We were fine, because I was keeping it afloat. We're always low on funds now since we've gone ahead with building the women's shelter, Trust said, thinking about Ryan Castle. She wished she'd never laid eyes on the man who ruined all her plans. You have to figure out how to get money legally. Charities get donations. Figure out how they do it. Trust shrugged. I'll be doing that, don't worry. Serenity studied her sister's face. I just want you to be happy. I am, Trust said, trying her best to be convincing. She wasn't happy, she was a bundle of nerves. Serenity glanced at the clock and sighed. I should go. I have to meet someone. Be careful. You have met this person already, right? Trust asked. Serenity smiled. Of course. Take care, Trust. And think about dinner with our folks. I'll think about it, Trust replied, knowing she wouldn't. As Serenity left, Trust closed and locked the door behind her. Her sister meant well, but their worlds were too different. Maybe one day they'd find common ground, but for now, Trust just wanted peace and another cup of coffee. Chapter 6. Monday morning, Trust's cell phone rang, the one those men had given her. She scrambled through her bag to find it and answer in time. Yes, she said breathlessly. You better not breathe a word to anyone. Anger rose within her, like a storm cloud ready to explode. I'm sorry, this is a bit hard to believe. Are you playing some kind of prank on me? You think this is a joke? You think I am a joke? The voice on the other end grew louder. Trust knew she had to keep the man talking. It was the only way to find out more about him and his gang. Yes, I do. A complete joke. I'll prove to you this is no joke. Trust swallowed hard. She'd meant to keep him talking, not make him angry. Before she could think of something to calm him down, he repeated, I'll show you this is no joke. Then he ended the call. Immediately, she called her sister. Serenity answered, on the second ring. Hey, be careful today, Trust told her. Not this again. Tell me what's going on, Trust. I know it's something. Stay home and don't go anywhere. What are you doing today? Ma'am and Dad want me to go to our cousin's wedding. Thomas is going too. Everyone is going, except our grandmother. We're leaving soon. Immediately, Trust had visions of the horse and buggy being run off the road. Hire car or buggy? Trust asked. Car. It's way too far for horse and buggy. We're making a bit of a road trip out of it. Doing it over a couple of days. Serenity then lowered her voice. I'll tell you about it later. Good, they'd all be out of town. When will you be back? In a few days. I'll take my cell phone with me, but it'll have to be on silent, of course. Okay. Keep in touch. Bye, Serenity. Trust threw her phone back into her bag. She was certain she was safe, since these guys needed her to perform the robbery. Her folks were safe too. If any of her family got hurt, she'd never do the robbery. She tapped a finger on her chin. No, the crooks wouldn't go too far. They'd do something to warn her first, maybe scare one of her family members enough so that she'd hear about it. It gave her some comfort that Serenity would be someplace other than home. Hopefully, those crooks weren't watching her and wouldn't know she was gone. But if she told Jack about those men, he could protect Serenity. She hated being so uncertain about what to do. Time to get dressed. In her dressing room, Trust looked through her clothes, wondering what to wear. She grabbed a dark blue pantsuit, pulled it off the hanger, and held it against herself. That'll do, she said, eyeing the mirror. It just needs a white shirt. After changing, she stared in the mirror again. It seemed so plain. She reached for one of her bright scarves. Better, she said with a satisfied nod. Perhaps a smart wide-brimmed hat would complete it nicely. Later that morning, Trust walked into Jack's office, finding it empty. She sat on the small couch in the corner and started to second-guess her hat. Jack wasn't keen on hats. He'd mentioned that before at a funeral. Not wanting him to dislike her appearance, she took the hat off and smoothed down her hair. Suddenly, Monica appeared in the doorway. Look at you in your scarf. Oh, and a hat. Do you like them? Trust asked as Monica reached for the hat. I do. Monica grabbed the hat and promptly put it on. Trust noticed Monica wore a dark pantsuit just like hers. We're matching. Snap, she said, using the word she and Serenity used as children when they did something the same. Don't be juvenile, Zeigler. Monica pulled the scarf off Trust's neck before Trust could react. Help yourself, Trust said dryly. I will. Monica tossed the scarf around her neck and knotted it. You can have them back later. Just like I'll expect my earrings to find their way back to me. Got it. I'm having lunch with Tosh. Lunch? That's early. It's not. We've been working hard since 5 a.m. With a sharp look, Monica turned on her heel and left. Trust shook her head, frustrated. A moment later, Jack walked into the office, looking over his shoulder. Was that Monica I saw just now, heading down the corridor? It was Monica, all right. I thought you were wearing that this morning. I caught a glimpse of you when I was in the foyer earlier. She's wearing my scarf and hat. She's going to lunch with Tosh, whoever that is. I guess I'll get them back after that. Tosh is Damien McIntosh. I see. Maybe Monica's got her eyes on him, Trust said. He's married, I'm afraid. That's even worse. Trust shook her head. Jack laughed. Let's get to work, shall we? Yes, please. Anything was better than talking about Monica. What have you come up with? Jack asked, settling behind his desk. Nothing yet. Unless one of the men on the security team can be corrupted, bribed, or replaced. That would be the easiest way a robbery could happen. Not likely. Jack sat down and Trust moved to the chair in front of his desk. Why not? That would be the easiest, but not with this team. Each member is handpicked and vetted. We even have backups, equally reliable. Trust nodded, but knew that everyone had a price. Her mind traveled to Monica. Trust always felt like she was one misstep away from prison whenever Monica was around. Sometimes it seemed like Monica was like her family, able to see right through her facade to the darker parts of her soul. Jack's voice snapped her back to reality. If the power goes out, backup systems kick in immediately. 4 separate surveillance systems will run independently. 4. Yes. They're making it hard for anyone to break in. Jack smiled. That's the idea. And that's not even half of the security in place. I'm listening. Before Jack could continue, both of them noticed people running past his office. One person darted one way, and then another person ran in the opposite direction. Jack jumped to his feet, opening his door just as someone yelled, "There's been a shooting. Tosh and Monica are down." Chapter 7. Where are they? Jack asked, upon learning that both Tosh and Monica had been harmed in some way. Downstairs on the sidewalk, the young man called back over his shoulder. Jack turned to Trust. I have to go. I'm coming too. She raced to catch up to him, and then they traveled down in the elevator with a group of worried agents. When the doors opened, they rushed through the foyer and out to the sidewalk where the crowd had gathered. They arrived in time to see someone cover Tosh's face with a coat. That had to mean he was dead. Trust saw that Monica was still moving. Jack hurried forward, his eyes locking on a man urgently tending to Monica's wounds. I'm a doctor, the man announced, and a palpable sense of relief rippled through the crowd. All Trust could do was look on. She was thankful when the paramedics arrived a few moments later. Trust turned and walked a few steps away, and then she felt a hand on her shoulder. Are you okay? She turned to see Jack. It's horrible. Who would do such a thing? I don't know yet, but we'll find out. Isn't that your scarf you said Monica borrowed? He pointed behind him. Yes, she took it from me just before she left. And is that your hat over there? Yes. She nodded. He looked at her, and she knew what he was thinking. Was that bullet meant for her? We have to find out who did this, Jack said, staring at the scene. Trust gulped. We? I didn't mean us as in you and me. I meant the Bureau, but I'll do everything I can to help find out who did this. Tosh is dead, and Monica, who knows what will happen to her. It's in God's hands now. Those words were like a bolt of lightning through her body. God's hands. She tried to put God out of her mind these last several years. Why did his name keep coming up? Onlookers were moved away to allow police and paramedics to do their jobs. Trust turned aside, not wanting to look anymore. Jack told her, they've just put her on the stretcher. I hope she'll be okay. Me too. Trust wiped tears from her eyes. Are we going to be killed, shot down in the street like criminals? Is this what it means to be involved with the FBI? This is rare, Trust, extremely rare. Someone had it in for one of them, or both of them. It's surprising, though. She stared at him. What's surprising? The whole thing. Yet again, I don't know what cases they were working on. It could have something to do with that. They could have stepped on some big toes. Trust shuddered. Those men who kidnapped her weren't joking. How big were the toes she was stepping on when she told them she thought they were a joke? The thugs wanted that diamond, and if they had done this, they were prepared to kill to get it. But she told herself, she wouldn't know for sure if it was them until they contacted her again. Let's get out of here. Jack put his hand on Trust's arm and moved her away. Yes, please. She moved to go back into the building. No, Jack said. Let's get away from the office for a few moments to clear our heads. I'll go along with that. Where are we headed? I need a bite to eat and a strong coffee. How can you think about food? She asked. I'm always thinking about food. I do need a moment to get my head together. He smiled at her. Come on. Putting one foot in front of the other, she walked in silence alongside Jack, thinking how her life was no longer her own. Everything had been perfect before she made one wrong decision. Now she was forced to work for the dark side as well as the light. All she wanted to do was be free and work for herself, like in the old days. She no longer wanted to be controlled like a marionette with everyone else pulling her strings. Let's go in here. He stopped outside a dark charcoal-colored brick building. She looked up at the signage above them. It's a bar. I know. Trust frowned, wondering whether he liked his drink a little too much. It's a little early in the day to start drinking, isn't it? It serves food and very good coffee. Trust me, I've been here before. Jack gently put a hand on her elbow and nodded to the doorway for her to go in. She walked in ahead of him, stepping on the plush red carpet, a comforting change from pounding the hard pavement with the ridiculously high stiletto heels she had chosen to wear. Let's sit by the window. Trust sat, feeling like the weight of the world was on her shoulders. In that moment, she really wanted to tell Jack about the people who'd threatened her, but it was too late for that. It was possible she'd already caused one man's death, and possibly a second person's if Monica didn't make it. If they'd done it, it meant they were keeping her under surveillance like they'd said. Are you okay, Trust? Jack asked. She looked across at his handsome face. No, I'm not. She put her hand over her stomach. I'm not used to seeing people shot in the street. How long have you lived in New York? His lips twisted into a smile. Don't even joke about it. I shouldn't. It's no laughing matter, and I'm sorry that you had to see it. I feel responsible for you. She swallowed hard. He also seemed to be protective of her, for some unknown reason. She could feel that. You do. Of course I do. I'm okay, truly I am. Trust took a deep breath. You stay here. I'll get something to eat. Coffee. Yes, please. Black and strong. He gave her a nod and left her at the table. She looked out the window at the passing pedestrians and cars. What if they'd seen her come here with Jack? She didn't want to be shot right there in the bar. Jack was back before she could let her dark thoughts carry her away too far. I'd like to be the kind of person who could see things like that and then just go back to work. But I can't say it doesn't affect me. Does it make you rethink your job, your way of life? Trust asked. No, that makes me think I'm not going to be here forever. None of us are. Trust nodded, thinking about the lake of fire she was going to be thrust into. The cost of all her evil deeds, if what her parents told her was true. He continued, while we're here, let's get our minds off it and talk about the purple promise. Trust shuddered inwardly. She wished she'd never heard of the odd-colored diamond. It was becoming a promise, all right, a promise of heartache and pain. Trust. The purple promise, what ideas have you had so far? The idea that I've had so far is that no one is even going to attempt to steal it. Why would they? How would they? It's impossible. As I've said before, you got yourself in and out of some impossible situations in the past and managed to take millions of dollars with you. He was right. But many of those times, it was due to human error, and she was quick to take advantage of the weaknesses she saw. Other times, it was planned down to the second, with many months of preparation behind it. She leaned forward. So far, with all the security in place and all the backups, I'm not seeing any weaknesses in the system. What didn't he get? I know, but if you really, really wanted to get it and your life was dependent upon it, what would you try? What would you do? He smiled and interlaced his fingers as he lowered his forearms down on the table in front of him. She sighed and leaned back in her seat. Now her life did depend on it, and so did the lives of her family. Now she realized she had to take what those crooks said seriously. It was clear they weren't messing about. I really need some time to think about it. We don't have a lot of time. I wish we did. The waiter brought over their coffees and 2 bagels. I hope you like bagels, Jack said when the waiter left. Lately, I can't get enough of them. He smiled. I'm glad. He picked up the dish of cream cheese. Cream cheese? Absolutely. She cut her bagel in 2 and spread it with cream cheese. Jack spread his only with butter. I'll have to give it some more thought. I can't just pull something out of my head. I'm sure you'll come up with something. Maybe a few things. That would be even better. Maybe something, one thing. I don't think I'll come up with a few things. She shook her head. It's just not possible. You've got to believe in yourself more. She couldn't help smiling. At that moment, his cell phone sounded, and he reached into his coat pocket and pulled it out. Trust overheard from the conversation that Tosh had been officially declared dead at the scene, and Monica's shoulder wound was not fatal. She would be in the hospital for a few days and off work for an undetermined period of time. Jack ended the call and put the phone back into his pocket. Monica will make it, he stated. I know. I overheard it. I'm so glad. He picked up his bagel. Me too. You've got good hearing. Not especially. Maybe you should turn your phone down a little bit if you don't want people to hear what's said. Okay, I will, but I still think you've got good hearing. Maybe that's one of my superpowers. That's it, so use your other superpowers to think up some schemes that someone would use to get that diamond. I'll find out what hospital Monica's at, and I'll visit her. She'd love that, I'm sure. Knowing Monica, she could have gotten shot deliberately just to get Jack's attention. She ate the last piece of her bagel. I'm starting to feel a little better. Now, what about you? You're the FBI agent. What cracks do you see in their security systems? It's got to be somewhere in the changeover. Transporting the diamond there or when it leaves. That was obvious, too obvious. That's something we only touched on briefly. I've got all those details back in the office. We can go through them this afternoon. Trust nodded. Can't wait. Trust, are you giving this your full attention? You seem distracted. And I know the shooting would have affected you, as it's affected me, but you were distracted before that. Is there something wrong? Are you ill or unwell? No, I'm fine. I'm just feeling the pressure of stealing this diamond. You're not stealing it. Oh no. I didn't mean it like that, but you're making me do it in my mind, if you understand what I'm saying. I have to put myself in the potential thief's shoes. Is it making you want to go back to your old ways? He asked jokingly. Not at all. I'll never steal again. She managed a smile. I want to do a good job for you, and I'm worried that I won't be able to. You can only do what you can do. Stop putting so much pressure on yourself. She stared into his eyes. He was so kind, so nice. Why hadn't she met someone like him when she was younger? Much, much younger. If she had, she might have led a different life, stayed on the straight and narrow path. He was someone worthy to give herself to. She'd never met anyone quite like him. He was honest and ethical. Would he ever see himself with someone like her? What's on your mind? He asked. She realized she'd been staring at him. She swallowed a mouthful of bagel. The shooting. It'll haunt me for days and weeks, probably months, the image of them both lying there like that, helpless, while so many people just stared at them. There were a couple of people helping. I know that. I'm not saying nobody was helping, but it freaks me out a little bit that Tosh had no idea he was walking out of the building to his death. He probably had visions of himself dying of old age, surrounded by his family and loved ones. Not lying in a pool of blood, shot by someone for goodness knows why. We all know the risks of the job before we sign up for it. Of course, and you're making the world a better place. And you're very much appreciated. At least by me. The FBI does a great job. Thanks, Trust. His lips twitched upward at the corners. I mean it. I'm sure you do. She'd never done anything selfless in her life, apart from watching Star Wars or Batman movies with Kent. That was a huge sacrifice. Risking her own life for the betterment of others was something she'd never see herself doing. Jack would only look at a woman like her in some kind of alternate universe where a person's past didn't matter. But the past did matter. She couldn't escape it, and she wasn't sure she wanted to. Her past was who she was. Jack was too different from her. He was too good, too much a person of the light, and if by some miracle they got into a relationship, she couldn't always pretend, always be fake like she was being fake with him now. Not forever. Her true colors would reveal themselves, and he'd know who she was. He'd know she was full of darkness. She never wanted to see him looking at her with disappointment in his eyes. Chapter 8. When they got back to his office, Trust sat on a chair while Jack sat behind his desk. Do we have to work on this diamond stealing scenario today? Couldn't we leave that until tomorrow? Trust asked. He shook his head. People are depending on us, and I'm sure you'll want to impress everyone by doing a good job. We can't let what happened to Tosh and Monica, as tragic as it is, affect our personal performance. It's kind of hard not to. I know, but that's how it's got to be. Trust nodded. I understand. I'll try to put it out of my head. She thought about Kent. She was aching to tell him what had just happened. He might be able to find something out. Did I mention that tomorrow morning we meet with the auction house's head of security? No, you left that part out. We'll be working closely with him. He is delighted that we've got you on board. Trust was surprised by that. He is. That's right. Where is the diamond right now? Trust asked. We haven't been told. All I know is that it's in a vault at an undisclosed location. Does that mean I can't know where it is? Jack shook his head. Even I don't know where it is. Well, how are we supposed to figure this out then? Our job only starts when the diamond is in the building. He tapped on the plans. That's a bit odd. As you said, the changeover and transport are surely a big security risk. I know, but we can only work within the bounds that we've been given. That's not right. You're the FBI. You should be able to do something about that. Move some mountains. Surely that's all in a day's work. He chuckled. You overestimate the power I have. Maybe it's just that someone doesn't want me to know where the diamond is. They're afraid I'm going to penetrate some vault with 32-foot concrete walls. I'm sure that's not the case. I'm not so sure about that. Trust swallowed hard. Well, let's just say someone did steal this diamond. How easy would it be to get rid of? Jack asked. There are always buyers. There'll be a buyer out there somewhere, ready to snap it up. Would they recut it? Jack stared at her intently, waiting for her reply. It depends. Not necessarily, but when they're ready to move on, that would probably be the safest way to go. That's something to think about, but I don't want us to get ahead of ourselves. Trust wondered if something more was going on. Do they think that someone's going to steal the diamond, or are they just taking precautions? I haven't been informed of anything. We're just on the security team. As you keep saying, it's not going to be easy for someone to steal it. That makes things a bit easier. Our job is trying to work out what someone might do, and then figure out how that can be prevented. She nodded. She'd heard him say that before. I know that, Jack, but I'm just feeling under pressure at the moment. I can't think straight. She rubbed her head. I keep thinking about the shooting. I know. It's hard, but the show must go on. We must keep doing our jobs to protect the country. She wanted to roll her eyes but stopped herself. What she had to do was help the people who'd fallen through the cracks of society. Jack's phone sounded. It was a text. He took it out of his pocket and looked down at it. Monica can have visitors now. She's in a stable condition. Do you want to come? I'll come for the drive and wait in the car. On the way to the parking lot, he got a phone call, and from what she heard of the conversation, it was information about the shooting. The call ended just as they reached the car. What did you find out? Trust asked as she got into the passenger seat. He got in beside her and clipped his belt. The gun was found in an alley. A 9mm semi-automatic pistol. The shocking thing is, it was Monica's gun. Ballistics have told us that it was the same gun used in both shootings. Trust was shocked. Someone steals her gun and then shoots her. I can't work out what's going on. But if it was a drive-by shooting, how can they be so accurate? He was shot straight through the heart, she was shot in the shoulder. Did they mean to kill anyone? Jack pointed out, there were many bullets fired, not just 2. That's awful. It's a wonder more people weren't killed. The FBI is taking this personally. If people feel they can shoot members of the intelligence community and get away with it, they're wrong. Dead wrong. The closer they got to the hospital, the more Trust felt uneasy. I have a confession to make. I really don't like hospitals. Have you spent a lot of time in them? Not much, just when I've been visiting people, but even so, that was too often. Then there was the time I was dragged in as a kid. My parents took me to the hospital to see a psychiatrist, who they told me was a counselor, but looking back, I know it was a psychiatrist. Why would they do that? She was pleased he looked surprised. I stole money from the church collection, so they said. I didn't do it. The person I saw tried to convince me I did, but I suppressed the memory until a couple of years ago. It came back to me in a dream. Can you believe it? And with your father being an Amish bishop, I can understand him being upset about thinking you took the money. Upset doesn't even begin to describe it. They called me all the names under the sun until I went to the psychiatrist. He must have told them not to say those things anymore. Due to a suppressed memory of something I didn't even do. Sounds like that was a hard time for you. From the moment I was born, it was a hard time for me, living in a household of people that were nothing like me. I always felt different, an outsider. I better be quiet, you're not my therapist. You might start charging me. He glanced at her. Do you have a therapist? No, I don't need one, thank you. I can deal with my own problems. He gave a low chuckle. Everybody needs someone to talk with, now and again. They're all a bunch of quacks, if you ask me. You can't put people into a mold, like a Jell-O mold, and have them all the same. People aren't cookies cut from the same cookie cutter. That's true, and it'd be a boring world if we were all the same. He turned the car into the hospital parking lot. Trust inhaled deeply to calm herself. Church collection money, eh? He laughed. It might be funny looking back at it, but it certainly wasn't funny then. He turned to face her. Did they ever find out who really did it? She stared into the distance as she thought back. On one occasion they did, but not that time. I'm glad I'm past all that. I guess them thinking so little of me made me think that I might as well be a thief. I can see that happening, Jack said as he parked the car. Going to prison really turned my life around. Anyway, you go see Monica. I'll wait here. I'll tell her you said hello. She knew he was joking. Please don't. As soon as he got out of the car, she didn't feel safe. She opened the door, got out, and hurried after him. Maybe I'll just wait in the waiting area. He nodded. They went up in the elevator to the private ward. It was Ward 3 on the 3rd floor. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Trust realized it was nothing like the dull gray hospital her parents had taken her to. This one seemed more homelike, with plush carpets and large artworks on the walls. I'll ask at reception which room she's in. There's an area with some chairs. I'll wait right there. He nodded and left her there while he headed to the desk. She sat on the soft seat, picked up a glossy home magazine on the table next to her and flipped through it. 2 nurses walked past, chatting as if they were in no hurry. She thought she'd be facing people wailing in pain from broken limbs, with blood everywhere and loud sounds of wailing and despair. The place was more like a hotel. Still, it was a hospital that catered to the sick, the infirm, and the dying. As nice as they tried to make it, there was an undercurrent of desperation hanging in the air. No one was really in control of their lives, and many faced that fact in the hospital. Trust was jolted from her thoughts when a man sat in front of her. He coughed and wheezed into his hand. She looked up at him, and his eyes met hers. When he smiled, she gave him a small smile and then rose to her feet. She wasn't going to sit there with a stranger staring at her, or worse, catch whatever he had. After squirting out some antibacterial hand wash from the dispenser on the wall, she set off on her journey to Ward 3. "Where's Jack?" The corridor to Ward 3 split into two. Still rubbing the hand sanitizer into her hands, she chose the left side and walked slowly, hoping to hear Jack's voice in one of the rooms. Why is it taking so long, she wondered. Then she heard him at the third door along. He was talking with another man. She moved closer and listened at the door. It was someone other than Jack who was talking now. From the sound of the medical words, it had to be Monica's doctor. She retained the bullet in the glenohumeral joint, which is the ball and socket joint of the shoulder. We managed to retrieve the bullet, avoiding chondral injury. Irrigation and debridement were performed to guard against inflammation and, of course, infection, but she's not out of the woods yet. He talked more about her having lost the use of her arm and experiencing severe pain. Truss felt bad. She looked down in her bag at the phone the crooks had given her. There was still plenty of battery left. If they were responsible for what happened to Tosh and Monica, why hadn't they called? Truss walked away, and seeing the group of chairs she'd been waiting at was now free again, she wandered back and sat down. Chapter 9. Truss jumped to her feet when she saw Jack walking toward her. How is she? She'll live. She might need extensive therapy. In fact, she will need extensive therapy. Possible follow-up surgery, too. I heard some of it. I was listening at the door. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to find where you were. Jack raised his eyebrows. It's not good. Did you speak with her at all? He shook his head. They gave her something to dull the pain, and she's out of it. It's not good, Trust. I'll have to get you home now. They walked down the corridor to the elevator and arrived just as someone was walking out of it. They got in, and Jack pressed the button. Are you sure you want to go home? Is there anyone you can stay with? No, I'll be all right at home. I feel safe there, Truss said. Are you sure? Yes. And I'll take an iron tablet and try to eat better. Not that low iron is a problem compared to what's happened with Monica. Jack walked Trust up to her apartment, right to the door, and waited until she had closed the door behind her and locked it. Trust called Kent and brought him up to date with what had happened with Monica and the other FBI agent. Marty and I both agreed that it's best you tell Jack about those men who want you to steal the diamond for them. They're FBI, for crying out loud. They'll come up with a plan to catch them, Kent told her. And get myself or my family killed in the process, no thanks. I'll come up with a plan myself, one that includes me walking away with the Purple Promise. It's not worth getting yourself killed over, is it? That won't happen. You'll have the FBI after you and those crooks. How do you think that's going to end, Good, like it always does. It didn't go so well for you last time, did it? Kent said. Hey, who are you to lecture me? Kent laughed. Point taken. That was only because of Ryan Castle, and that reminds me, have you tracked him down yet? Still working on it. Forget Ryan for the moment and concentrate on those men, Truss said. Okay, but you've got to give me more to go on. I would if I could come up with something else, but I haven't got anything more to tell you. Try, think of something. You said you would. I said something might come to me, that I might remember. I didn't say it would, for certain. Trust, it might be the wrong time to ask, but the new Star Wars movie is coming out. She grimaced. And? She knew what was coming. Come with me to see it on the big screen? This isn't a good time, Kent. I'm too stressed for mindless entertainment. Mindless? It's Star Wars. It'll take your mind off your troubles. What's so good about Star Wars? As soon as she said it, she regretted it. I can't believe you're saying that right now, after all the times we watched the movies. I've never gotten why people like it so much, and get so obsessed about it. It's hard to sum up, but we're talking about a universe with 11 major films, hundreds of books, more than a dozen TV series, including The Mandalorian and Ahsoka, and countless video games and comics. Each one adds new layers to the galaxy far, far away. There's just so much depth and lore to explore. It wasn't a surprise to Trust that he could rattle off so many facts. He was a genius, after all. He continued, barely drawing a breath. As for fans, there are countless amounts of entertainment if you want to delve further into the stories and backstories, which all stemmed from the original film made by George Lucas in 1977. Was it that long ago? Yes, and I know what you're thinking. Cinematically, the original films were ahead of their time. The special effects, sound design, and composition are unique to the films and paved the way for future filmmakers. The story is of good and evil, or light versus dark. Trust sighed. Don't start with the good and bad, black and white, dark and light stuff. She'd heard enough about the dark and the light side to last 6 lifetimes. An orphan boy who represents hope against an empire that wreaks havoc in the galaxy. Why is it always a boy or a man in these movies? Never a girl or a young woman, unless it's a movie about vampires. Even then, the main character has a boyfriend, so it's not really just about a girl or a woman. It's so annoying. It's always been a man's world, so I shouldn't really be annoyed by it, but I am. He ignored her, so caught up was he in his long, drawn-out declaration of fondness for his obsession. Darth Vader is the Emperor's apprentice, and some would say he's the iconic villain on the big screen. He's my favorite by far. Trust giggled. She could relate to Kent liking the villain since he'd so often been her right-hand man in the many heists she'd completed. That sounds about right. I remember watching the first film, and he was the one doing the heavy breathing. I know the main characters. Almost everyone at least knows them, even if they don't follow the theme, the franchise, or whatever you call it. You're right what you said about dark and light, Trust. One of the coolest things about the story is the reference to the light side, and the dark side, and the Force. Yes, well, I said don't start with it, and here you are starting with it. And let's not talk about the Force. Sounds too godlike for my tastes. The Force is essentially the energy of life, and people can choose to either tap into good or bad energy. Trust groaned, regretting that she'd ever asked him about Star Wars. He continued, unfazed, Jedi are beings that are more sensitive to the light side of the Force, peace, love, selflessness, etc., which gives them heightened senses and other abilities. The Sith are essentially the same thing but wield their powers from the dark side of the Force, greed, anger, selfishness, which often leads to an evil path. Trust thought about that for a moment. Was she like the Sith? Was that why she started stealing things? Okay. No need to go on. I get it. You do. So, does that mean you'll come and see the next movie on the big screen with me? Don't you have some buddies you can go with? Some other Star Wars fan cronies that you met at some convention? I wouldn't call them buddies, but yeah, I do. I'm not just going to see it once, though. I thought you and I could go when I see it for the 3rd or the 4th time. Trust swallowed hard. She couldn't think of anything worse. We'll see, she said. That's what her mother always said to her as a child when it meant no. Her mind went back to the Sith. Although she couldn't swallow all the good and bad references, she didn't want to be like the Sith, and she wasn't sure why it made her uncomfortable. Maybe it brought back the childhood memories that she had to repent, turn to God. It didn't make sense. If God was real, why wouldn't he love the dark as much as he loved the light? Didn't he create it all? I'll let you know as soon as it comes out, Kent said, jogging her mind from her deep thoughts. Sure, do that. Keep in touch and call me as soon as you find out anything. I will. Trust ended the call, then called for her regular Chinese takeout. She was in no mood to cook. Chapter 10. 30 minutes later, the new doorman, Frank, buzzed her to tell her the food was there. She pushed her feet into her shoes and headed down in the elevator. She'd schooled him that she never allowed anyone up to her apartment unless it was her sister or Jack. When she got to the foyer, he was talking to some folks outside the front door. He turned, gave her a little nod to let her know that was her food in the large paper bag. After she waved back, she grabbed the bag and headed back to the elevator. She pushed the button for her floor, breathing in the aroma of the fried rice, black bean steak, and honey chicken, wondering how she would eat it all by herself. Just as the door was about to close, a large hand grabbed one edge of the door. Then another hand appeared on the other side, and slowly the doors were pried apart, until she saw the face of one of the horrible men who had kidnapped her. A chill ran down her spine. She took hold of the bag in both hands and thrust it into his face. The lids came off the food containers, and as he wiped hot black bean sauce off his face, she pushed him to one side, running between him and the left side of the elevator doorway. She ran to the stairs and flung the door open. She ran up the stairs, and when she got up 2 flights, she looked down. He was right behind her, gaining on her. She kept going and saw someone walking down the stairs, a man she knew lived in her building. She grabbed him and pushed him into the man who was chasing her. They both toppled backward, and she kept going. Just as she had her hand on the door of her apartment, she was pulled back by her hair and thrown against the wall. The man stared into her face. He was big, bald, and unattractive. He smelled like the contents of a dumpster. "I ain't gonna hurt ya. I'm just here to deliver a message." Trust had never been more relieved. "What's the message?" "To keep ya mind on the job." "That's the message." "Yeah." Trust swallowed hard. "I am. I already said I'd do it." "That's not what I heard. We have an insurance policy to keep you on the right track." He pulled out his phone from his pocket and showed her the screen. Her sister, Serenity, sat tied up with her legs in front of her and her hands behind her back. Trust felt sick to her stomach. They had Serenity. She wasn't away with her parents. "We've got ya, sister." "I don't believe it's her. I just spoke with her recently." "It's her, all right." Trust thought fast. "How do I even know she's alive, and you haven't killed her already?" "She's alive." "I don't believe you. I want to speak with her." "No." "Yes. I won't do anything if you've killed her, or if you've harmed her." "Prove it." He glared at her for a moment, but then he made a call. "She wants to speak with her sister." He put the phone on speaker, and then she heard loud crying. It certainly sounded like Serenity. Then she saw it was a video call. "Serenity, is that you?" The blindfolded Serenity looked around. "Trust. Where are you? I can hear you. Get me out of here." "Yes, it's me, and I will." "They're going to kill me, Trust. I don't want to die." "You won't. It's going to be okay. I'll handle it. Do whatever they say." "I will, of course I will. Stay strong." The man ended the call. "Just do what we said, and there ain't gonna be no problems." Trust nodded. "I will, but you didn't need to do this. We gotta do what we gotta do. We've been told you're tricky and not to trust you. No one trusts you one little bit." He headed to the elevator, and when he was out of sight, she slid to her knees and sobbed. A minute later, the neighbor she'd pushed down the stairs found her. He had a small cut on his head. "Are you okay?" he asked. Still on the floor, Trust looked up at the older man with graying hair. "I'm fine. I'm so sorry about what happened. I had to get away from him. I wasn't thinking straight. Don't worry about me. I'm fine." "Did he hurt you?" "No, I think he thought I was someone else. Someone who owed him money or something. He kept calling me Penelope. I showed him my ID that I had in my pocket for the delivery people for my Chinese food, and it's all right. I'll get you back to your apartment." He helped her to her feet. "Which one is yours again?" "It's okay. It's this one just here. Your head, it's a deep cut." "It's okay. The wife will see to it." "Is that your dinner, all over the floor of the foyer?" "Oh no, I'll be sure to hear all about that at the owners' corporation meeting." I never go to those things, he said with a grin. Neither do I, but I'm sure they'll send me a letter. He laughed. Most likely. I'm Trust, by the way. Nice to meet you. I'm Doug. I've seen you a few times over the last month or so. It's funny how you see people every day, and you never know their name. Well, you know it now. We live directly one floor under. Oh, that's nice. You must have a lovely view. Probably not as nice as yours. She moved closer to her door. Thanks for checking on me. I'll have to own up to the mess downstairs. I'll do that in a minute when I calm down. Okay. I'll get this cut scene too. Are you sure you're okay? I'm sorry that I pushed you. I wasn't thinking straight. I thought that guy was going to kill me. I'm fine. Don't worry about me, just worry about yourself. He laughed. Bye, Trust. She closed the door, thinking what a nice man he was, especially since she'd pushed him down the stairs. After she called the doorman and explained what had happened, he promised he'd keep a better eye on who he allowed in. He also told her the mess was already cleaned up, and if she ordered again, he'd bring it to her door. Then he finished by saying, I've called the police. There was no need. He just thought I was someone else. I'm sorry, but Doug said a man was chasing you up the stairs. I thought the worst. No, it's fine. Can you call them and cancel? They'll probably want to do an incident report, but I'll try to cancel. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. I just don't want the police to waste their time here. They're so busy these days with crime and whatnot. I'll make another food order. I'll be on the lookout for it. Thank you. And just be careful who you let into the building. Yes, we're going to have to go back over the CCTV footage to see how he got in. I don't remember seeing him. Yes, please do, and let me know what you find out. I'll be very interested to know how he got in. Sure, Trust, sure. She hung up the receiver of her intercom and hurried to call Jack. She told him she had to see him urgently. He wasted no time and was there in 20 minutes. She stood looking out the window, and as soon as she saw him, she headed to the door and waited to let him in. They've got Serenity, Trust blurted out. Who has? The same people who kidnapped me. He stared at her. What? I was kidnapped, and now they say I'll get her back when I give them the diamond. The purple promise. Wait. Scroll back a bit. You were kidnapped? Chapter 11. Wait, what? Jack's voice sharpened as he stared at Trust. What happened? Trust took a deep breath, her heart pounding. There was so much, too much to explain. Remember when you were getting the diamonds checked, and you couldn't find me when you came outside? Jack nodded slowly, his confusion deepening. I remember. What's going on? They grabbed me, Trust said, her voice shaky. Out of nowhere. A white SUV. They blindfolded me, put something over my face, and I blacked out. When I woke up, there were 5 men around me. They told me I had to steal the purple promise for them. Jack's eyes widened. Steal it? What? I didn't even know we were supposed to protect it until you told me later that day, she continued, her voice growing more urgent. But they knew. They threatened to hurt my family, and you. Jack took a step back, trying to process. You've been blackmailed this whole time. Why didn't you tell me? They said they'd kill my family if I told anyone, she blurted, her voice cracking under the weight of the secret she'd been carrying. I didn't know what else to do. And tonight, when I went to pick up my takeout, one of them approached me again. This time, they told me they've taken Serenity. Jack's face went pale. Your sister. They've kidnapped her. Yes, she whispered, her hands trembling. I saw her, Jack. She's tied up. They're using her to force me to steal the diamond. I don't know what to do. If they hurt her. Trust slowed down. Jack was pacing now, his mind racing. They have Serenity. They let me talk to her, Trust said, her voice breaking. She's terrified. And now. I've messed everything up. I should have told you sooner, but I was scared. Jack clenched his jaw, trying to keep his emotions in check. We'll fix this. But I need you to tell me everything, every detail about them and what they said. Trust shook her head, panic rising again. They're watching me, Jack. If they saw you come here, they'll know. They already know we work together, Jack interrupted, his tone serious but steady. But they wouldn't think you'd tell me, not with serenity and danger. But what if I've just made it worse? Trust whispered, the guilt gnawing at her. What if they? Trust, Jack said firmly, taking her by the shoulders. We'll figure this out. We need a cover story, and we need it fast. I was heading to see Monica at the hospital when you called. Trust blinked, confused. What does that have to do with anything? If they're watching, it'll look like I came to pick you up for something normal. Like we'd already planned this. They won't think you've told me anything. He looked at the bag of Chinese food that was re-delivered moments before. What's in here? My food. He lifted the bag. It's heavy. Seems like there's enough here for two. Yes, help yourself. I'm not hungry. Neither am I. I'm just trying to work out a likely scenario for them. They'll think I came here for a meal, and then we went to see Monica. Okay, yes. Good thinking. Trust sighed, hoping she was doing the right thing. Don't panic. We've got to think this through. No, not me. I can't be responsible. I know nothing about kidnapping or these kinds of criminals, the blue-collar ones. He walked over and put the bag on the countertop in the kitchen. Are you ready to go? I'll just need to get ready. Do you mind putting that food in the fridge for me? She took a couple of steps toward her bedroom. I don't actually have to see her, do I? He smiled. It would be better if you didn't. That's what I thought. She turned and headed to get changed. Trust. She walked back out. The day you were abducted, that was the day before Monica was shot. Trust nodded. She was wearing your hat and your scarf when she was shot. I thought it was odd at the time, and wondered if they were after you. I wondered that too, but I don't think so. I'm not sure. You should have told me about them from the start. I would have helped you out of this mess, Jack said. She sighed. I didn't know it would end up with someone dead, someone in the hospital, and my sister held hostage. If I'd known, I would have. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Then Trust remembered something. They gave me a cell phone that they said they'd contact me on. Jack's jaw dropped. Did they call you? Yes, the morning of the shooting. They said they'd show me it wasn't a joke. He put out his hand. Where's the phone? She got the phone out of her bag, and before she could do anything else, Jack closed the distance between them and took the phone from her. Chapter 12. While Jack was looking through the phone, Trust continued to her room to keep getting ready. The first thing she did was call Kent and told him what had happened, and then added, Jack's here now. You've done the right thing, Trust. I hope so. I found out that the auction house has had too many problems with false alarms. They've installed a system to reduce these, and I think that's our ticket. I can't really talk now. I'll call you later, Trust whispered. Jack's taking me to the hospital to see Monica. Well, not for me to see her. Kent interrupted. False alarms, Trust. Make them have so many false alarms that when you take the diamond, have them think it's a false alarm. The police won't be called. Let me think about it. I can't do anything right now with Jack knowing what he does. Keep an eye on their system. Better still, get into it and see what kind of things triggered a false alarm. I'm on it. Kent ended the call. Trust closed her eyes and for the first time in years said a prayer for her sister. She wouldn't pray for herself, but it was what her sister believed. Maybe it would help, it certainly wouldn't hurt. Now she had to go back to that awful hospital. Trust stood just outside Monica's hospital room while a nurse had a conversation with Jack. When the nurse left, Trust moved up to the door to listen. Monica's voice was unmistakable, breathless, insistent, and laced with an almost manic edge. The tension between them was always palpable, but this time, Trust wasn't sure what to expect. I saw my life flash before my eyes, Jack. Monica's voice quivered with emotion, and Trust could almost picture her, lying in that hospital bed, playing up her vulnerability. Everything's different now. I realized how short life is. I don't want to waste another second. I want to get married, Jack. Let's not wait. We could be dead tomorrow. Trust rolled her eyes, feeling the familiar surge of annoyance. Even in a hospital bed, Monica was relentless. Medicated or not, she was using this opportunity to cling to Jack, making everything about her. Trust couldn't see what was happening, but she could imagine Monica's wide eyes, the way she'd be reaching for Jack, desperate to keep him close. Monica's words came faster, tumbling over each other as she continued, "Can't you see? Life is precious. We should grab it with both hands. You've always been there for me, Jack. Let's just do it. Let's get married." Trust felt her jaw tighten. She hated this, hated how Monica could twist any situation to her advantage, even in her weakened state. The strong painkillers had probably lowered Monica's inhibitions, but that didn't stop her from seizing the moment. Trust knew Monica disliked her, and this was just another way to push her out of the picture. Inside the room, Monica's voice dropped, turning softer, more pleading. "I can't go through this life alone anymore, Jack. I need you. I've always needed you. We're meant to be together, you know that, don't you?" Trust clenched her fists, anger simmering beneath the surface. Monica was manipulating him, using her condition as an excuse to pull him in closer. It was infuriating, but what could she do? Then Jack spoke, but Trust couldn't make out the words, and then she heard only the sound of movement inside the room, the creak of the bed, a shuffle of feet. Trust quickly stepped back, pretending to be more interested in the view down the hallway than in the conversation she'd just overheard. When the door finally opened, Jack emerged, looking pale and shaken, as if he'd just been through an emotional roller coaster. Trust kept her face neutral, though inside she was burning with curiosity and a bit of concern for Jack. "How did it go?" she asked, her tone light and casual, as if she hadn't been listening at all. Jack just shrugged, his eyes distant, as if he was still trying to process everything Monica had said. "I don't even know. She's asleep now," he muttered. "Let's go back to your place." Trust nodded. "Gladly." Chapter 13. As soon as they got back to Trust's apartment, Jack said, "Let's go over this. We need all the facts we can get. Where was your sister living and with whom?" "Back in my old Amish community with my parents and one of my older brothers, Thomas." "And did they see anything? What do they know about Serenity's disappearance?" Trust hesitated for a moment before finally admitting, "I haven't spoken with them." Jack's expression shifted, a mix of surprise and frustration crossing his face. "You mean to tell me that Serenity was living with your Amish parents, and you haven't talked to them yet? Trust, you should have done that the moment you found out she was missing." The sharpness in his voice made her flinch. She hadn't expected him to react so strongly, and the truth was, she hadn't even considered going to her parents. It wasn't out of neglect or disregard, but more because she couldn't bear the thought of facing them after all these years. And yet, hearing Jack's words made her feel like she'd failed her sister even more. "I spoke with her after those men. She said she was going away with my parents. I thought she'd be safe if she was away. I didn't think," she started, her voice trailing off. She could feel the weight of Jack's gaze on her, the silent judgment in his eyes. But it wasn't just Jack's words that stung. It was the fact that Kent, her usual voice of reason, hadn't suggested it either. He was always the one to point out the obvious, to guide her through the fog of uncertainty. But this time, even he had missed it. "You'll need to find out some details from them. Maybe they saw something or heard something." "I just didn't know how to," she added quietly, her defenses crumbling. "The last thing I want to do is talk with my parents." Jack softened, though only slightly. "You're going to have to talk to them, Trust. Anything could give us a lead." Trust Zeigler stared at Jack in disbelief. The walls of her apartment seemed to close in around her, as she tried to process what he was saying. Back to her Amish parents. Back to the life she'd run from years ago. She hadn't seen her parents in over a decade. Not since she'd left the only world she'd ever known behind, determined to carve out a new life for herself. A life that had led her down a dark path, one that she was still trying to navigate, even with the help of Jack and the FBI. But this, going back to the community she'd abandoned, to the family she'd turned her back on. It felt impossible. "I can't," Trust whispered, shaking her head. "I can't go back there. They'll refuse to speak with me. I've been shunned. Do you know what that means?" Jack's eyes softened, but his voice was firm. "Trust, you're the only one who can do this. If I go, or if the police go, the kidnappers will know you've revealed Serenity's situation. We can't risk that." Trust felt a cold shiver run down her spine. Jack was right. If they caught wind that the FBI was involved, there was no telling what they'd do to her sister. Serenity didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve any of this. And yet, it was Trust's past that had put her in danger. "I'll have to go back," Trust murmured. "By myself?" she asked, hoping Jack would offer to accompany her. The thought of facing her parents alone, of walking into the community she'd left behind with no support, was almost too much to bear. Jack shook his head. "You won't be alone. I'll have a tail on you, someone keeping an eye on things in case they go wrong. But you'll need to make contact by yourself and travel alone. You're the only one who can do this, Trust. We need to know where Serenity was, what she said to people, and—" "I get it." Trust felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She was used to danger, used to taking risks that most people would run from. But this was different. This was awkward and uncomfortable. "I'll try, but they might turn me away." Jack leaned forward, his expression serious. "They would know Serenity's missing. If they care about her, they will talk with you." Trust looked away, her mind racing. "When should I leave?" she asked, her voice steadier than she felt. Jack didn't hesitate. "Immediately. The sooner you get there, the better. We need to act quickly." "You said we have a meeting tomorrow." Jack nodded. "I'll handle it, or I'll postpone it. You leave first thing tomorrow, and see what you can find out." Trust nodded, her stomach churning with anxiety. She was terrified, but she knew there was no other option. Serenity's life was on the line, and she couldn't let her sister down. No matter how much it hurt, no matter how difficult it was, she had to go back. With a deep breath, Trust steeled herself for what lay ahead. She didn't know what she would find when she got there, or how her parents would react to seeing her after all this time. But one thing was certain, she would do whatever it took to save her sister. Even if it meant going back to the dreaded place she had once called home. Chapter 14. The following morning, Trust drove in silence, her hands gripping the steering wheel as the small town outside Lancaster County came into view. The closer she got, the heavier the weight on her chest became. Her father had always been a man of strong convictions, the much-respected Amish bishop whose word was law in their community. She had once been proud to be his daughter, before everything had changed. Serenity had said she was going away with her parents. What had happened? She had no idea what or who she'd find at the family home. Trust slowed the car as she approached the familiar old house, parking a little way down the road. The sight of the smoke spiraling out of the chimney brought back a rush of memories. The smell of something delicious wafted through the air, and for a moment she was transported back to cozy nights by the fire, the warmth of her family surrounding her. It hadn't all been bad, she reminded herself. There had been good times too, times she had almost forgotten in the years she had spent running away. Taking a deep breath, Trust turned off the engine and stepped out of the car. The air was crisp, and the sense of dread she had been trying to push down rose up again. But she had to do this. For Serenity. She walked up to the house, her heart pounding in her chest. Her hand shook slightly as she knocked on the door, the sound echoing in the stillness of the morning. Moments later the door creaked open, and there stood her grandmother, eyes sharp and filled with a mix of surprise and disdain. The old woman stared at Trust with beady eyes, her gaze traveling slowly up and down as if she were assessing whether the girl who had once been part of this home still had any place here. "What do you want?" her grandmother snapped, her voice cold and unwelcoming. "Never thought I'd see you back within 5 miles of this place." Trust swallowed hard, trying to push down the hurt that rose in her throat. She had expected this reaction, but that didn't make it any easier to face. She squared her shoulders, forcing herself to meet her grandmother's gaze. "It's about Serenity," Trust said, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. "Do you know where she is?" For a moment, her grandmother's expression flickered, a shadow of concern passing over her features before she quickly masked it with the same hard look. She didn't answer right away, and the silence stretched between them, heavy and charged with unspoken words. "What's happened to her?" her grandmother finally asked, her tone less biting but still wary. Trust hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. But she knew she couldn't afford to hold back. "She was supposed to meet me somewhere," she said quietly. "I'm trying to find her, but I need to know if you or anyone else in the family has seen anything strange, heard anything at all, that could help me find her." Her grandmother's eyes narrowed, suspicion mingling with the worry that now clouded her gaze. "And you think coming here, to us, after all these years, is going to help? You've got some nerve, girl." Trust bit her lip, holding back the retort that threatened to slip out. This wasn't about her, and it wasn't about the past. It was about Serenity, and she couldn't let her pride get in the way. "Please," Trust said, her voice softening. "I'm asking for your help. If there's anything you know, anything at all, I need to hear it. Serenity's life might depend on it. She told me she was going away somewhere, and now she's not where she's supposed to be." The old woman looked at her long and hard, the silence between them thick with tension. Finally, she stepped back, opening the door wider. "You'd better come inside," she said, her voice gruff but with an edge of something softer, something that almost sounded like concern. "We'll talk." Trust wasted no time walking in and sinking into the worn couch, her eyes scanning the room. It was both familiar and foreign, like stepping back into a memory she'd tried to forget. She noticed the absence of noise, the quiet that had always felt oppressive in this house. "Where is everyone?" Trust asked, her voice cutting through the silence. Her grandmother closed the door and sat opposite. "Your cousin is getting married, and it's over in Willis Creek. Serenity was meant to go too, but she was nowhere to be seen when the car arrived. I've not seen her since." Trust nodded, feeling a flicker of relief that most of the family wasn't around. "Oh, good." Her grandmother raised an eyebrow. "Don't you even care which cousin is marrying?" "No." Trust's reply was curt. She didn't have time for the usual pleasantries or family politics. "I'm here about Serenity." "So, did she tell you where she was going?" Her grandmother huffed, shaking her head. "You lied just now. You said Serenity was supposed to meet you, and then you say she was going somewhere with her parents." Trust gulped. "I just want to find her. What does it matter what I said? It shows me you haven't changed. Serenity doesn't know what she wants. She'll most likely be back. She always comes back." Trust's frustration bubbled up. Her grandmother's dismissive tone grated on her nerves. "So, she didn't say anything?" "I stay out of it," her grandmother said, her voice firm. "I only offer my wisdom once, and if someone doesn't want to take it, I won't waste my breath a second time." Trust clenched her jaw, trying to remain calm. This wasn't getting her anywhere, and she didn't have the luxury of time. Her grandmother's stubbornness was something she should have expected, but it still irked her. "Mammy," Trust said, her tone more urgent, "this isn't like the other times. Serenity didn't just run off. I think it might be something else, and I need to find her. Anything you can tell me might help." Her grandmother's eyes grew cold. "Trouble has a way of finding her, and you too, it seems. Her downfall is she's always looked up to you." She jabbed a long pointy finger through the air and pointed it at Trust. "If she is in danger, it's your fault." "How can you say that? You don't know anything about me." "I know all I need to know. A leopard doesn't change its spots. Neither can someone do good if they've only done evil. That's in the Bible, in Jeremiah. I know that. Trust had hoped, desperately, that there would be some clue here, some piece of information that could lead her to serenity. This was a wasted trip. She knew it was not going to do any good coming back here. She couldn't wait to tell Jack, "I told you so." Trust bounded to her feet. "I should go." "Where are you staying?" "I'm heading back home to New York where I live. I just came here because I was hoping someone might have something to tell me about serenity. I didn't know everyone would be at some wedding." "It's not just some wedding. It's your cousin, Leah's wedding. And what's more, she's marrying one of the Yoder Fisher boys. I had hoped months back that Serenity might have married him. It wasn't to be. Serenity would be much better off without your influence. You coming here today is proof that she's still talking to you. I'll tell your Vader first thing when he returns. Do what you want." Trust just hoped that Serenity would be okay. Her grandmother might have been nicer if she'd known the truth. "Goodbye, Mammy. I had hoped you'd have softened a bit, but you're just as judgmental as ever." Her grandmother watched her with a wary eye. "You're as stubborn as ever, I see. Just like your uncle. Please don't mention Uncle Pete to me again. If he was a real person, he had a lucky escape from this place." As soon as the words left Trust's mouth, she regretted them. "Sorry, I didn't mean that quite how it sounded. I've grown up with everyone telling me I'm like someone I've never even met. Where is he anyway? No one knows and no one cares. Much like no one ever asks about you anymore." Trust ignored the comment, heading for the door. She couldn't waste any more time here. Serenity's life was hanging in the balance, and she couldn't afford to let old wounds slow her down. "Goodbye, Mammy." When her grandmother remained silent, Trust turned around when she reached the door. "I should never have let you in the house. Serenity would have married Tobias Yoder Fisher if it weren't for you. You don't know that. Tell me this, Trust. Have you ever done something nice for someone for no reason at all? Where it gave you no direct benefit? Have you turned the other cheek in front of your enemies?" Trust's mouth fell open and she thought hard. She couldn't tell her grandmother about the haven of hope. "I have." "I don't believe you." Trust turned around and stepped out of the house, closing the door behind her. The past was just as cold and unforgiving as she remembered. Trust sat in the car, staring at the house for a moment, before the overwhelming emotions she had been holding back finally hit her. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself, but the lump in her throat only grew. She couldn't cry now. Not yet. She had to keep it together. With trembling hands, she pulled out her phone and dialed Jack's number. The phone rang only once before he picked up. "Trust, what did you find out?" Jack asked, speaking quickly. Trust swallowed hard, forcing herself to sound calm. "Everyone was gone except for my grandmother. She didn't know anything." There was a pause on the other end, as if Jack was weighing her words. "Did she say anything at all that might help us? Any clue?" "No," Trust lied, blinking rapidly to keep the tears from spilling over. "She just didn't know where Serenity went." Jack let out a frustrated sigh. "That's it. Nothing else." "Nothing else," Trust echoed, her voice faltering for a moment before she caught herself. She couldn't let Jack know how difficult this had been. He was counting on her to handle this. "I'm heading back now." "All right," Jack said, his tone softening. "We'll figure this out." "And Trust?" "Yes?" "Drive carefully. We're doing everything we can to find your sister. Stop if you need to and keep up the fluids." "Yeah," Trust whispered, gripping the steering wheel as if it were a lifeline. "I will. I'm worried though, because those men knew about the Purple Promise. They might find out I told you about Serenity." "No. I'm carefully selecting the people I tell about this. Don't worry." "Okay. Thanks." She ended the call, dropping the phone onto the passenger seat. She glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the FBI car that had followed her all the way there. There was comfort in that, even though she had no way of communicating with them. For a long moment she just sat there, staring through the windshield at the house that had once been her home. The house where she had so many memories, both good and bad. Memories that she had tried so hard to bury. But they were all rushing back now, and as much as she tried to fight it, a tear slipped down her cheek, followed by another. Trust quickly wiped them away, refusing to let herself break down completely. She wished she'd never come back, but there was no time for those thoughts. Serenity was still out there, and she needed to be found. Chapter 15. When the ringing woke her the next morning, Trust grabbed the phone, hoping it would be someone with news of her sister. The screen lit up with Alex Bevan's name. She hesitated for a moment, before finally pressing the green button to answer the call. She hadn't expected to hear from him so soon, not after the last round of donations he had secured for Haven of Hope. The charity was her lifeline, her way of helping to right all the wrongs in the world. But Alex only called when there was a problem. "Alex, what's going on?" Trust asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "Trust, I'm really sorry to bother you with this, but some unexpected fees have come up with the city. You know how it is, completion certificates, permits, inspections, all the bureaucratic red tape." Trust frowned, her mind racing. "What do you mean by unexpected fees? How much are we talking about here?" Alex hesitated, which only made the knot in her stomach tighten. "We're looking at another $500,000, Trust. I know it's a lot, but these are non-negotiable. The city won't move forward without them." Trust felt the blood drain from her face. $500,000. She had been under the impression that the major financial hurdles were behind them, especially after Alex had managed to secure that large donation just a few weeks ago. $500,000, she repeated in disbelief. Why wasn't this accounted for earlier? I thought we had everything budgeted out. We did, but the city's requirements changed, Alex explained, his voice tight with frustration. New regulations, new fees. It all adds up. I've been trying to negotiate with the contractors, and they dropped a little, but there's no way around the city. We need that money, and we need it soon. Trust ran a hand through her hair, trying to process the information. She couldn't afford to let Haven of Hope fall apart, not when they were so close to opening the doors of the women's shelter, especially after what she'd been through. It was close to her heart. But $500,000 in 3 weeks. That was a tall order, even for someone like her. When exactly is it needed by? Trust asked, already calculating how she could possibly raise the funds in such a short amount of time. 3 weeks, Alex replied. I know it's not much time, but I'll keep trying to pull in donations from my end. We've got a few leads, but nothing concrete yet. I'll find a way to get it, Trust said, her mind already racing through potential contacts, people she could reach out to. She hated asking for favors, but this was too important to let pride get in the way. I appreciate that, Trust, Alex said, relief evident in his voice. I'll keep you updated on anything I can secure. Maybe we'll get lucky and something will come through. I'll do what I can. But Alex, I need you to understand something. My work with the FBI, it doesn't exactly put me in touch with people who have that kind of money to throw around. And even if it did, I can't risk anyone finding out about the charity. They'd shut it down in a heartbeat. There was a brief pause on the other end before Alex replied, Of course, I forgot momentarily. I know how careful you have to be. Just do what you can and I'll keep pushing from my end. Thanks, Alex, Trust said, trying to sound more confident than she felt. We'll make this work. They exchanged a few more words before Trust ended the call. She set her phone down on the table and leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes for a moment. She didn't need this. Not now. Not with Serenity's kidnapping looming over her every thought. The weight of the world seemed to press down on her shoulders, making it hard to breathe. She had always been good under pressure, thriving in situations that would make most people crumble. But this was different. This was personal. How was she supposed to juggle everything? The FBI, Serenity's disappearance, and now this massive financial hurdle for Haven of Hope. It felt like everything was closing in on her at once, threatening to suffocate her under the weight of responsibility. Then the phone rang again. "Hello. It's me. It was Kent. I found out some things about Monica Blaze. I don't care about her. Did you find out anything about Serenity?" "Not yet. I'm still working on it. I've been up half the night." "Keep working on it, and call me when you've got something." She ended the call and looked at the time to see it was 6. Time to get up. What she needed was to overcome her fears of being out in the open and go for a run. Her fitness levels had dropped and she couldn't have that. After Trust changed into her workout gear, she slipped out the back of the building and headed down some side roads until she came to the park. She could have gone out the front of the building and straight across the road, but after her recent experience, she was wary of being watched or followed. As she ran along the tree-lined path, she thought about what Kent said regarding having some information about Monica. It couldn't have been very much, because FBI agents were the most heavily scrutinized people in the world. If she had any skeletons in the closet, she wouldn't have gotten the job in the first place. Still, she should have listened to him. Trust was enjoying the run, the first time she'd run in the park since she'd gotten out of prison. She did her best to ignore the guilt coursing through her body. Her sister wouldn't be in this position if she hadn't chosen a life of crime. It was her reputation that brought those men to her, therefore it was her fault if any of her family was harmed. Still, she had to keep a focused mind, and she always felt better mentally if she was fit physically. Because she hadn't run for a while, she decided to do the 4-mile loop. She ran at a slow pace and didn't mind when joggers ran past her, not when she was already feeling her muscles. Half a mile along, she realized she'd left her earphones at home. Loud music would have drowned out her thoughts. She did her best to keep pushing them away, concentrating on the beauty surrounding her. Soft rain droplets settled on her head and her shoulders. The rain that had fallen overnight was a glistening paradise for the birds as they pulled worms out of the soft earth. The air was crisp against her face, and soon she felt like she was the only woman alive. She was in the middle of nature, where there were no problems. No pressures, no threats, no worries about saving lives or having to procure large amounts of money. She ran on, promising herself she would do this more often even if she was followed. The crooks needed her alive until the job was done. She was sure she was not in physical danger from them at the moment. And surely, they'd have to look after Serenity if they wanted the Purple Promise. She'd remind them of that when they called her next. Chapter 16. Trust walked the last 15 minutes to bring her heart rate down. When her apartment building came into view, she noticed the same white SUV that had been parked outside her building before. Then she saw one of the men get out and walk into the park. Was he just going to one of the park's public restrooms? What was he doing? She followed him, staying back so she could keep herself behind passers-by and trees wherever she could. Then she saw him sit down on the seat next to another man. They were talking. The other man looked familiar. She had to get a better look. Trust stopped a woman walking 2 small dogs in a stroller. "Excuse me, I think I see my ex-boyfriend over there, and I want to keep a wide berth. I forgot my phone, could I quickly borrow yours? I just want to zoom in and see if it's him. Would you mind?" She chuckled. "I know what you mean. I don't mind at all." She handed her phone over. "Thanks so much. I'm ever so grateful." Trust pressed the camera app and zoomed in. She looked away and blinked, and then looked back again. There was no doubt. It was Ryan Castle. She handed the phone back to the woman. "Thanks. Is it him?" "Sure is." The woman giggled. "No worries." She took her phone and kept walking, leaving Trust standing there wondering what to do. Trust stepped back onto the grass, put her back against a tree and found herself sliding to the ground. What was going on? Had Ryan Castle organized this group of men to get that diamond, and was he using her to do it? That meant he was responsible for kidnapping her sister. This was personal. She wanted to take him down. He had ruined her life once, and now he was trying to completely destroy it. She held her head as thoughts collided with one another. No, he was just trying to make her the puppet to do his bidding. Now she was glad she told the FBI, and she wouldn't rest until Ryan Castle was behind bars. That's where he belonged. He had no morals, no scruples. There was once such a thing as honor among thieves, but there was no honor with him. Ryan Castle was ruthless. She picked herself up, dusted the dirt off her legs, and walked away. When she got to her building, the doorman said hello, and gave her a funny look. "I don't remember you going out this morning. It was early before your shift started." He smiled and nodded as she hurried past him, making her way to the elevator. The moment she was inside the safety of her apartment, she called Jack to tell him who she'd seen. He didn't answer, so she left a message saying she needed to see him urgently. A few hours later. It was 7:30 when someone knocked on Trust's door. She'd just finished a breakfast smoothie and was still in her running gear. Looking through the monitor screen, Jack's handsome face met her eyes. Somehow, she had known it was him before she'd even gotten to the door. Flinging the door open, she said, "You'll never guess what I found out." He pulled his eyebrows together. "What?" "Ryan Castle is in it with the men who've got Serenity. I'm sure of it." He stepped through the doorway, rubbing his chin as though he was in deep thought. She told him what she saw. "That really doesn't prove anything." Anger welled up within Trust. "Can't you just grab him and beat it out of him?" "Firstly, we can't find him." "And what do you want me to beat out of your boyfriend?" Jack asked. "He's not my boyfriend." "Why must you always say that?" The moment she snapped at him, she regretted it. It was too late to take it back. Jack had done so much for her, more than anyone of late. Make him tell you where Serenity is. He must know. He's the mastermind of the whole thing. He's got to be. I could tell by the body language of him and the other man. Jack didn't seem bothered by her sudden outburst. Instead of being upset, he put his hand on her arm. "Let's sit down, and you can tell me in detail what you saw." Jack walked further into her apartment and guided Trust to the couch. She sat down, thankful that one of them was calm and level-headed. Normally she was, but not when someone was threatening the life of her sister. "I went running today in the park, and that SUV was parked outside my apartment building. When I was finished with my run and heading back, I noticed one of the men got out of the vehicle. I followed him from a distance. At first, I thought he was heading to use a restroom, but then I saw him sit down on a park bench. Then I saw the man he sat next to was Castle." "Are you sure?" "I'm positive. I wouldn't say it if I wasn't 110% positive. And don't tell me there's no such thing as over 100%. His jaw clenched. "I wasn't going to." She exhaled hastily. "What are you going to do?" "Give me a moment. It's a lot to take in." He got up and walked over to the window and looked down at the street below. "If it's a lot for you to take in, can you imagine how it is for me?" Trust asked. "I can't think of anything else but Serenity. The only thing I can see to diffuse this situation is that we'll have to get the auction moved to a different city. The auction house has another branch on the West Coast." "No, don't do that. That'll never work. The kidnappers will know it's something to do with me. They'll just kill Serenity. Anyway, what'll stop them from making me go to the West Coast? I've traveled all over the world. We're working on tracking down those men. The owner of that SUV down there is connected to a man from a Colombian cartel." Trust was quiet for a moment. "It doesn't make sense. Don't they make millions? Why would they be interested in diamonds?" "It's a one-of-a-kind diamond, Trust. They're used to taking what they want and not paying for it. Maybe Ryan Castle is part of this cartel too, if you think he's involved. Or maybe he's hired those men for the job." Trust sighed. "Anything is possible. Ryan's in it with them or organizing them. We both thought Castle was an opportunist." I'm seeing him as something very different. She nodded. I'm seeing him differently too. I already knew he was a ruthless killer when he tried to kill me that time. I didn't know he had anything to do with cartels or kidnapping. Their eyes locked. Do you have any idea where they've got her? We soon will have, next time they call you. We'll be ready for him. We should be able to pinpoint the call. Make sure you ask to speak to Serenity each and every time they call. That will buy us some time. I'll make sure I ask to speak with her. Good. Jack made a call, walking close to the window and looking out. Then he ended the call and walked back to Trust. We're watching that vehicle parked outside, and the men in it. Let's go and get you hooked up. To what? Not you, the cell phone they gave you. We'll need to examine it and put a trace on it. Have they called you more than once? No. He looked her up and down. Are you wearing that today? She looked down at her running gear. No. I'll need to have a quick shower and change. Can you wait? Looks like I'll have to. He sat on the couch. I can drive myself in. He shook his head. Not after what happened to you last night and who you saw this morning. I'll be super quick. You'd better be. I've got a team waiting for that phone. As she got dressed, she regretted getting the FBI involved. Those men were watching her, and they knew she spoke to Jack every day. Kent could have done what they were doing with the phone. She hadn't been thinking straight ever since she and her family had been threatened. After her shower, she chose a navy blue tunic dress and low heels. It was kind of drab compared to what she usually wore, but today that's exactly how she felt, drab. Mindful that Jack was waiting impatiently, she applied the minimum amount of makeup and left off her eyelashes altogether, choosing a lick of mascara instead. Before she went out to join Jack again, she quickly called Kent and told him what was going on. Kent replied with a barrage of instructions. I need to know what they're doing. I'm going to text you a piece of computer code and another text with instructions to memorize where it goes on Jack's hard drive. Write it down if you have to. From there, I should be able to find out all I need. You want me to put something into his computer, something like spyware? Trust asked. Yes. Trust bit her lip. Okay. I hope I don't mess things up. You won't. You can't. It's too important. It'll be compromising my position there, if I get caught. Thanks, Kent. I didn't expect this to happen. It's my worst nightmare. I need to know what they're planning. I want Serenity back too. This is the only way I know to help. You're right, and I've got a feeling the agency isn't going to keep me in the loop. They might be too worried I'll go rogue on them. Sending the code now. She felt the phone vibrate in her hands. She looked down and opened the text. I'll never remember that. Write it down. Then another text arrived. And write that down. You can't risk taking a burner phone with you. I know. I wouldn't even think of it. I'll do it. How much longer, Trust? Jack called out. Trust ended her call to Kent. Nearly ready, she called back. Then she wrote down all the instructions on a small slip of paper and tucked it into her clothing. She hid the phone in her bathroom vanity on the ledge behind the sink. No one would ever find it there, she hoped. This better? She asked Jack when she walked out into the living room. He looked up from his cell phone. Much better. He stood up. Let's go. Chapter 17. Trust sat quietly while Jack drove. Now that the FBI was involved, and her sister's life was at stake, everything was different. Had none of these things taken place, would she have been truly tempted by the purple diamond? The old Trust would have, but the new Trust was truly hoping to have a new life. How she hated that man for involving Serenity. Half an hour later, Trust was ushered into a small room while two men she hadn't seen before examined the phone given to her by the crooks. One man took it apart, hooked it up to his computer, put it back together and gave it to Trust. What do I have to do? Trust asked. Just keep the phone on. Next time they call, keep them talking for as long as you can. I will. Keep the phone with you at all times. Jack turned to Steve, the man who'd done the work on the phone. Thanks. Jack stood and gave Steve a pat on his shoulder, the way men do. Then Jack looked at Trust and gave her a nod, telling her it was time to go. Trust rose to her feet. Thanks, Steve. Not a problem. After Trust put the phone in her carry-all, she stepped out of the room with Jack, and then his cell phone rang. He answered it abruptly and ended the call just as quickly. They're ready for us, he told her. Who is? The meeting we've been waiting for. Oh yes. I'm sorry. My brain is scrambled lately. You'll have to pull yourself together. These men need every confidence in you and in me to agree with my plan. Trust inhaled deeply. I'll be fine. Trust me. He frowned at her. Where have I heard that before? You can, she insisted. If you don't feel confident, Trust, just fake it. She nodded. I can do that. I thought you had nerves of steel. Hey, I'm human all right. I have feelings, my sister, remember? Good to know, and it's your sister we're all working hard to rescue. Thanks, Jack. I don't mean to give you a hard time. Confidence, he reminded her with a smile. Soon, she and Jack were in a meeting room with a large cherry-toned table taking center stage. She'd never been in this part of the building before. Have a seat, Jack whispered. As soon as she sat down, two men walked in, followed by two men that she recognized as belonging to the FBI. The first two men were introduced as being high-level staff of the auction house, Andrew Pettigrew and Sturgis Langford. The third man looked like a heavyweight wrestler. He was Gunther Wall, head of security. And he's as big as a wall, Trust thought. After the introductions were over, one of the FBI agents was the first to speak. We've filled Andrew and Sturgis in on what's happened. They've consulted with the owner of the Purple Promise, and he's happy to put a halt on the auction. But, Gunther said, the owner informs us he'll be guided by the FBI, as long as he has a guarantee that his diamond will be safe. Trust knew there were no guarantees in life, and no law enforcement agency could make that guarantee. What we can guarantee, Jack said, is that the Purple Promise won't be in any more danger now that we know who we're dealing with. In fact, if the auction goes ahead, there'll be more security now. Trust sat still and looked down at the shiny table. Did Jack mean he knew the men involved, beyond knowing about Ryan? She looked up to see Sturgis and Andrew staring at each other, each trying to gauge what the other was thinking. We'll talk to him again. He might be happy with that, Sturgis said. He did want it sold sooner rather than later, and the buyers have already traveled to New York for the auction. Every effort will be made. The diamond will be safe. Jack had said it with so much conviction that even Trust half believed him. He had to have a plan. What she didn't like was that the plan involved her. She hated it when she wasn't in control. We'll keep you informed every step of the way, Jack said, keeping eye contact with each of the men. Just let us know what you need, Gunther said. Thank you. We will. Andrew looked over at Trust and offered half a smile. Sturgis and Gunther had barely even looked at her when they were introduced. She couldn't blame them, not really. They'd know who she was and what she'd done. Still, if the FBI now accepted her, they could have been a little more polite. Soon it was only Trust and Jack in the room. Then Jack moved from the end of the table to sit next to her. What we need is a plan. We need these men to believe you're actually going to steal this diamond. We'll give you a fake one to give them, and then we'll... No. She shook her head, emphatically. Jack stared at her in disbelief. We're not risking Serenity's life. As soon as they see that the stone is a fake, they'll kill her. But what we're going to do is have you insist that you give them the diamond when they bring Serenity to you. You'll have the diamond, and you'll have the power. No. She shook her head. They'll have the power, because even though I'll have the diamond, they've got Serenity. I can't risk telling them what to do. It's a negotiation, and they have the upper hand. You'll have to bluff them. Don't be defeated before you even begin." She stared at him, a little shocked that his attitude had become so forceful. There was nothing else for it. She'd have to figure out a way to give those crooks a fake diamond and save Serenity. But to keep Serenity alive, would she need to give them the real purple promise? Chapter 18. "Remember that we heard a whisper of something about the Shadow Gang some weeks ago?" Jack asked Trust. "I was thinking of that this morning, just after I woke up." Jack continued, "The Shadows, someone called them. They steal from people who've stolen. Do you think that it's these people? They aren't exactly following their usual mo here. I thought these guys were cartel people. Isn't that what you said because of the connection with the SUV? They could have their hands in a few pies. With crime comes money laundering. It's unavoidable." "Ah, that makes sense. Each time my life has gotten out of control, that creep's been involved." Jack raised his eyebrows. "And he's not my boyfriend." "Don't even go there," Trust snapped. "I wasn't. It didn't enter my mind, this time." "You've got something figured out?" Trust asked, hoping. "I do. I'm working on it. The auction's on next Thursday. We'll have to have everything in place well before." "Correct." Trust put her hand over her churning stomach. "I hope Serenity's all right. She'll be scared witless. Next time they call you, and every time they call you, ask to speak with her." "I know. I will." "Jack, those men are watching my every move. They would have seen Andrew and Sturgis enter the building, wouldn't they? I mean, if they're keeping an eye on me and all that, they'd probably know where these men are from. And they know, most likely, that we've been charged with keeping the diamond safe. So it'll be expected that we'd have meetings with the auction house security. But still, we've taken that into account. Don't worry. We have an undisclosed location close by, which is connected to this area by a tunnel. Those 3 men came here through the tunnel. No one would have seen them come or go." "That's so interesting. Very cloak and dagger, just like James Bond." "Not really." "Where is this undisclosed location?" Trust asked. "Above your security clearance. That's where it is." "Oh. I'm glad I have some kind of security clearance. At least that's something." "It isn't. It's a flat line. You have 0 security clearance." She frowned at him. "Is the doorway to the tunnel, inside the bar, on the opposite side of the city block from here?" "I can't tell you. I told you why." "What's the next step?" Trust asked. "I have a meeting now. We can meet back here in a couple of hours. You can go shopping. Buy shoes or whatever it is you women do when you have time to kill. Obviously, I'm not in the mood for that with Serenity's life in danger. I can think of nothing else. I'm sorry. That was insensitive of me. You're forgiven. Can I sit in your office and go over the plans?" She had to get that code entered on his computer. "Plans of what?" "The plans of the building where the diamond will be held. If they're going to believe I'm going to steal it, I have to come up with a plan that would have my stamp on it." "You mean the blueprints?" he asked. "Yes." He rubbed his jaw. "I guess it'd be okay." He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a key. "Here's the key." He made direct eye contact. "Do not touch anything else." His voice was staccato as he emphasized every word. "I can't sit on the couch." He drew his eyebrows together. "You know what I mean. I know how you like to wander and touch things, lift things up, look under them, and generally snoop around." Her mouth dropped open. "I do not. Just don't touch anything, please." "Sure, okay. I won't." She took the key out of his outstretched palm. She didn't know if this would work. How was she going to figure out the password to even open his computer? In her mind, when she'd run through this scenario, he had his computer open, working on it. Then they would leave his office together, and when they were downstairs, she had planned to pretend she'd left her coat in his office. She'd run back, and that was when she'd put the code into his hard drive, and his computer wouldn't have shut off completely and he'd still be logged in. "I'll be back in 2 hours. He smiled at her. "Long enough for you to work out a plan to steal that diamond from under everyone's noses. To fool the criminals and the public long enough so we can get Serenity to safety." She grimaced. "I hope so. Keep in mind, you're the master here. If you need anything tweaked to help with the plan, we can see to it." Got it. He was taking all the fun out of stealing. It was an unfamiliar set of guidelines. He walked away, and she headed back to his office. Now all she had to do was sit and wait until he came back. Unless, could she figure out what his password was? She didn't even know his date of birth, didn't know if he had a family pet growing up, and she didn't know his mother's maiden name. Then she remembered his middle name was Nautica. He was named after his father's beloved boat. Was Nautica his password, or was using his middle name too obvious? She got out of the elevator and walked past Monica's empty office. It was full of flowers. Trust opened the door and walked inside. She pulled a yellow rose from an arrangement and then walked out and closed the door. As she walked to Jack's office, she smelled the rose. She'd once read that smelling roses was a way to reduce stress. It had an antidepressant effect and calmed the senses. It did make her feel a little better. It did, until she remembered her sister and the terror she'd be feeling right now. She put the key in Jack's office door and turned it. Then she popped the rose in the glass of water on his desk and slumped into the chair facing it. She nibbled on the end of her thumbnail. To move things forward, she had to get Kent access to Jack's computer. If luck was on her side, Jack's computer might already be logged into his profile, if he'd been working on his computer this morning. Then Trust remembered that he didn't have to be logged in. Her computer hacker expert, Kent, had mentioned being able to learn Jack's password when he logged in to the FBI's website. All she had to do was open his computer. She looked around the office. It would create too much suspicion if she was caught in his office on his computer when she had the blinds of his glass-walled office closed. What she had to do was sit at his computer as though she was doing work. No one would even notice. Jack said he'd be gone for 2 hours, so this was the perfect opportunity. She jiggled the mouse and Jack's computer came to life. It wasn't logged into anything, but she was sure she didn't have to be. She reached into her bra and fished out that tiny bit of paper she'd written the instructions on. When she had it in her hand, she glanced up. No one was about. She got into the settings, followed the instructions the best she could, and when she came to the right section, she put the code in. Then she heard Jack's voice in the corridor. She looked up and saw him through the glass walls. There was no time to move out of the chair. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide. Chapter 19. Jack walked into his office and stopped still. He stared at Trust, then moved forward and placed 2 takeout coffees on his desk. "Trust, didn't I tell you not to touch anything?" "You did. I'm sorry, but I'm bidding on something on eBay, and I needed to know how I was doing. Whether I needed to raise my bid or not. Do you ever buy from eBay?" He didn't answer her question. Instead, he moved behind the desk to look at the computer screen. "Show me what you're bidding on." He didn't believe her, and she knew it. "There it is. Look. And oh no. I've been outbid again." She raised her bid. "There. Wait, I'm outbid again. How can that be?" The system allows you to bid up in increments. The other person might have put a very high bid on, but it won't show that to you unless you keep bidding up. Then it shows you're outbid. Don't you know how it works? Not really. She looked up into his eyes, wondering if he was swallowing the whole thing. "I'm sorry, I'll log out." "Wait." He stared at the screen. "You're Sassy Lady 1083? "Yes. I know I shouldn't have gotten distracted, but hey, you're back early. My appointment was cancelled. I got us coffees." "Thanks." He added, "They didn't have any bagels." "That's too bad. The coffee will go down nicely, though." "What are you going to do with an antique green vase?" "It's not just an antique green vase. That's really Chinese porcelain. Qing Dynasty." Qing is the last imperial dynasty of China. It could be as young as 1910 or much older. From memory, it dates back to the mid-1600s. I mean, that's a piece of history. Where are you going to put it in that fancy apartment of yours that has no shelves and nowhere to place such an item? I was thinking of perhaps buying some more furniture. A display case, maybe. I shouldn't have used your computer. I'm sorry. I just had to take my mind off Serenity for a minute, or I would have gone mad. She sat down on the chair. I want to make my house more of a home. I can see why the antique Chinese vase would make it homier. He pushed a coffee toward her and took one for himself, and as he took a mouthful, he drummed his fingertips on the desk. She knew she was in trouble. "Trust, I hope you weren't trying to get into my—" "I wasn't trying to get into anything. I'm sorry, it was a stupid thing to do. I should have downloaded the app onto my phone instead of using your computer. I just needed a break from all the worry about Serenity. I just wanted a moment of normality where I didn't feel my gut-wrenching stress." She looked up at him. "Now I feel worse if you think I was snooping." He put his hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry. If the password is entered incorrectly more than twice, it triggers an alarm." No alarm was triggered. "So you believe me?" He smiled. "I do, but that doesn't mean I'm not angry with you. I did ask you quite clearly not to touch anything." "Yes, you did. And I'll make a big effort in the future. I promise I will." He shook his head. "Why do I feel like I'm babysitting a preschooler? I promise I won't touch anything ever again unless I have permission, and I'll stay away from your computer." As soon as she said that, she knew she'd have to break that promise. She was certain that at some stage, she'd have to delete that piece of code from his computer. "If you and I are going to be working together, we've got to be able to trust each other, otherwise there's no point." "That's right. I agree, and you can trust me." She gave him a smile and lifted up her coffee cup. "Thanks for this." A smile hinted around his lips. "I've got a lot to figure out. We're losing a day because of Tasha's funeral." "When's that?" Trust asked. "Tomorrow." "That's so quick." Jack nodded. That's what his wife wanted. "I'll do the work for the both of us tomorrow," Trust said. "No. You're coming with me." "What, to the funeral?" Trust squeaked in a high-pitched tone. He knew she hated funerals. "That's right. We're both going." Trust raised up her hands. "No. I'm sure it's fine if I don't go. I didn't even know him. I've never met him, and if your hunch is right, it's because of me he's dead." His eyebrows furrowed, and he took 3 large steps to his office door and closed it. "Keep your voice down. We don't want that to get out. We can't afford to trigger a campaign to get rid of you." "I didn't think of that. I'll watch what I say. How's Monica doing?" "Doug and George saw her this morning. They said she's slowly getting better." "That's good. Is she going to the funeral?" He shook his head. "I'm afraid not. She'll be in the hospital for a couple more weeks." Trust took a mouthful of coffee, feeling sorry for Monica with her good friend having been gunned down next to her, and she couldn't even go to his funeral. "That's sad. At least she's alive." "Yeah, well, there is that." Chapter 20. Trust woke the following morning with the diamond on her mind. She had to steal the real diamond for those men, but was it even possible? Trust looked out the window and then headed to the shower. From the position of the sun, she knew it was early, around 6. Jack wasn't picking her up until 9. As the hot water jets beat down upon her back, she wished her whole life had been a bad dream. Her thievery had only ever affected her, but now her sister might die because of it. Now that she had the opportunity to put it behind her, she couldn't. The past was coming back to haunt her. It was karma or God punishing her. But was it wrong to use the money she got to help people? She was starting to think it was. She was paying for her bad deeds, and so was her innocent sister. Lately, life wasn't fair. She finished her shower and slowly got ready for the day ahead. First, she needed coffee. In the kitchen, she flicked the machine on, then looked out the window. The white SUV was still there. Surely Jack could have run a trace on the plates. Or had he? Was that how he knew they had something to do with a cartel? While the apartment was filling with the aroma of fresh coffee, she pressed the button to open all her curtains. Golden morning light shone in, lighting even the darkest corner. Trust opened the door, grabbed the newspaper that was delivered every morning, and then filled her cup with black coffee. She was slowly waking up, feeling more human, more in control. After her second cup of coffee and a dose of bad news from the paper, she put a bagel into the toaster. While that was heating, she headed to her closet to find something to wear. She chose a simple black dress that was neither too low nor too figure-hugging. It stopped just above the knee. She teamed it with simple black patent leather shoes. Then she went back out to spread cream cheese on her bagel. Just as she had popped the last morsel of bagel into her mouth, a knock sounded on her door. She glanced at her wristwatch to see it was 10 minutes before 9. After checking the monitor, she opened the door to Jack. He put one foot in the door, and then a booming voice from behind him sounded. "Hold that door." Trust froze, and Jack put his hand down beside his pistol. When they got closer, Trust saw 2 uniformed officers. "We're looking for Trust Zeigler." "What's this about?" Jack asked. "Who are you?" one of the policemen asked. "Special Agent Jack Fletcher, FBI. I'm sorry, but Trust can't speak with you. She's working on a case, and she can't compromise that." "I'm Sergeant Silva, and this is Officer Williams. Can we see your ID?" Jack pulled his ID out of his back pocket and flashed it at them. "We're here about the disappearance of her sister, Serenity Zeigler. Would that have anything to do with your case?" Sergeant Silva asked. "I'm sorry, I can't say. If you'll excuse us, we're getting ready for a funeral. Her sister is missing. We thought she might like to answer some questions. She'll talk in a couple of days. I'm sure her sister will be back by then. Probably just had an argument with her boyfriend and needs some space." Officer Williams chuckled until Sergeant Silva frowned at him. Then he stopped and cleared his throat. "Good day, gentlemen." Jack walked into Trust's apartment and closed the door on them. Trust sighed with relief. She wouldn't have known what to say to them. "Thank you for getting rid of them. I wonder if they knew anything." "I doubt it. If they knew anything about Serenity's whereabouts, they wouldn't be here asking you questions." "I guess you're right." He sniffed the air. "Coffee smells good. Want a cup?" He glanced at his wristwatch. "I've got time for a quick cup." While she set about making him a cup of coffee, she said, "This is the second funeral I've been to with you, and I've only known you for a few weeks." I always think of that saying, it never rains but it pours. It's like that sometimes. I went to 5 funerals in 3 weeks once. That's my record." She shook her head. "Depressing." "It was a bit. At least I've gotten some use out of my suit." He brushed the sleeves of his black suit. "Oh yes, your funeral suit. I think you wore that last time. How is it different from your other suits?" It looked exactly the same, but she remembered the last funeral they went to. He had mentioned he was wearing his special funeral suit. "It's black. My others aren't totally black, they just look it from a distance." He looked her up and down. "Nice dress." "Thank you." She handed him a small cup of coffee. "And thank you for not wearing a ridiculously large hat like last time." "You remembered." "I'm flattered." Trust grinned. "Don't be flattered. It was just a very bad hat." He took a sip of coffee. "Are you a fashion expert now?" Trust took her dishes to the kitchen. I know what I like, let's just put it like that. I was thinking of wearing it, Trust said to tease him as she placed her items in the dishwasher. He shook his head. No hat needed. Have you heard how Monica is today? Trust asked. You'll be upset to know she's recovering. Trust giggled. I am pleased, really. I've got nothing against her. She's the one who doesn't like me. I can't believe she thought I broke into her apartment and stole her gun and earrings out of her locked safe. Yes, it was a crazy assumption, but she did think she saw you. Well, she didn't. You said she came back home to find her place broken into? Where had she been? On a date. Jack shrugged. She didn't say. When was the last time you went out for dinner, or on a date? Trust asked, moving back to sit next to him. He gave a low chuckle. My personal life is none of your concern. Then he drained the last of the coffee. Are you ready? We should leave now. I'm ready. Oh, and the white vehicle that's been sitting outside your apartment isn't there. Trust looked at him. It was there earlier this morning. Half an hour ago. Should we be worried? No. We're tailing it. She knew by the way he said it that she shouldn't ask more. Chapter 21. As they drove to the funeral, Trust asked Jack, Where's the funeral being held? Same place as the last funeral we were at. Oh, really? Jack nodded and kept his eyes on the road. Trust looked out the window. I'm guessing it's the same graveyard too. You're right. When they parked the car a few blocks up the road, Trust was overcome with panic. You go in without me. He frowned at her. Why's that? I feel uncomfortable, out of place. She sucked in a quick breath. Trust, what's wrong? She started breathing deeply to calm her racing heart. I'm just upset. I feel like people will be looking at me, blaming me for his death. Look at them over there. Close family members. I don't want them to look at me and think I was the cause of Damien dying. They won't think that. It was just a drive-by shooting. It was nobody's fault. No one knows anything about you. His death was most likely something to do with Monica, and nothing to do with you at all. The FBI deals with thousands of cases. Trust felt a little better. Are you sure no one will blame me? He laughed. You're worried about nothing, Trust. I shouldn't laugh. I'm not laughing at you. That's okay. If you're laughing, you're not crying, and that's a good thing. Only a handful of people know about your sister, and none of them have drawn any connection between the Tosh and Monica shooting. She nodded. That's true. There's no proof yet, is there? No. He got out of the car and went around to the other side and opened the door. Then he held out his hand. She stayed put. I'm worried about my sister. We're doing everything we can to find her. You need to get out of the car before you draw attention to yourself. That was the last thing she wanted. Trust put her hand in his, and he helped her out of the car. They walked closer and saw hundreds of Tosh's friends and relatives, as well as members of law enforcement. The law enforcement was in and around the building where the service was to be held. Then Trust heard a bagpiper. That music always made her sad, which didn't help her state of mind. When they moved further into the building, they found all the seats were filled. All they could do was stand in a spot by the wall with all the other people who were too late to get a seat. Then, Trust's eyes were drawn to the front where the coffin sat. It was a dark cherry wood with gold-toned fittings. A large wreath of lilies lay atop, nearly spreading the length of the coffin. Then she saw someone who must have been Tasha's wife, sitting in the front row between two older women. Trust watched as his wife dabbed at her eyes. Feeling like she would pass out at any moment, Trust stood through prayers and 3 tributes to Tosh from his friends. Then it was time to go to the graveyard. The coffin was picked up, hoisted onto shoulders, and walked out of the chapel. Trust closed her eyes tightly, hoping this wasn't her fault. Tasha's wife, flanked by the 2 older ladies, walked out behind the coffin. She looked far too young to be a widow. At the cemetery, Trust and Jack walked across the grass toward the freshly dug grave where the crowd had now gathered. The wind kicked up and nearly blew Trust off her feet. Jack was there to hold onto her elbow to steady her. "Thank you." She could only manage a whisper. "Are you okay?" Jack asked. "I'm fine. You haven't said a thing in ages, and that's unusual for you." She rubbed her forehead. "I'm just trying to get through it. I just thought it would be nice if agents saw you here. We're a close-knit bunch, and it might make them more accepting of you." Trust knew that was never going to happen. At least Monica was forthright and honest in her disapproval of her. When they moved closer, Trust saw the coffin was covered in a flag. The flag was ceremoniously folded and presented to Tasha's widow. She took it with shaky hands and held it close. It took all of Trust's strength to stay there until the coffin was lowered into the ground. Slowly, everyone moved away. It was then that Trust overheard something about everything going back to the widow's house. She guessed they were going to there too. That was something she wasn't going to put herself through. "Jack," she whispered, "are you going back to Tasha's house?" "No. I thought I'd visit Monica instead. I'll do that on the way to taking you home, if you don't mind." She nodded. "That's fine. It was preferable. Anything was." Trust was sitting in the coffee shop at the hospital when her grandmother's words kept playing over in her head. Had she ever done anything for anyone without wanting something in return? Something inside her told her to do something nice for someone she disliked, Monica. She couldn't do anything to help Tosh, but she could do something for Monica. She could take her a new pair of diamond earrings. She'd get into her apartment and leave them somewhere. Hopefully, Monica would think she'd misplaced them and hadn't put them in the safe like she'd thought. With the robbery of the Purple Promise looming, she had to go back to Monica's apartment tonight. But where would she get a similar pair of earrings that Monica wouldn't look too closely at? Things were more complicated with Monica's diamonds being so identifiable. Then Trust had an idea. After Jack took Trust home, she went out again, making her way to Merrick Vale's place of business. He was one of her previous accomplices and her main mover of stolen goods. When she arrived, she was quickly ushered to his office, where she sat in front of him. "What do you know about a robbery at an FBI agent's place? They took her gun and an expensive pair of earrings." He seemed cagey at first. "I've heard about it." Trust's eyebrows shot up. "You have?" "Not much gets past me." "Can you get them for me?" Trust asked. He smirked. "The gun?" Trust shook her head. "The earrings. I don't care about the gun." She didn't reveal that the gun had been used in killing Tosh and shooting Monica. "I'll see what I can do." He grabbed his phone and stood up. "Wait here." Trust sat there while he walked out of his office. He was back in under a minute. He put his phone down on the desk and sat down looking pleased with himself. "I can get those earrings here in 1 hour." Trust couldn't believe her good fortune. "Those same earrings?" "Yes." "You'll owe me one." "Of course." "Well, instead of that, just knock 1 point off everything you owe me." He chuckled. "What if I just give them to you?" "No charge?" Trust asked. "Yes." "Then I'll definitely owe you one." He laughed. "Remember you said that." Uneasiness ran through Trust on hearing his words, but she chose to ignore it. An hour later, Trust had Monica's earrings in her hand. Chapter 22. Trust had organized everything, and tonight, with Kent and Marty's help, she'd put Monica's earrings back in her apartment. Marty met her down the road from her apartment. She opened his car door and got into the passenger seat, thankful he'd brought a plain black car rather than his bright yellow one. "Glad you listened to me about the car this time. Often the best place to hide is in plain sight." Marty gave a low chuckle. "Yes, hence the reason for the black car, not the yellow. Whatever the other one was." "Lamborghini." "That's right." Are you okay? Did that bump on your head do any real damage, Trust? Or did it knock all the sense out of you? What bump on the head? She asked. Don't worry about it. I don't know why you're doing this. You're supposed to steal things, not give things to people. That's why I said the bump on your head must have taken all your sense away. She looked across at him as he merged into the traffic. If I had any sense, I'd get some new friends. Trust, I'm only here with you now because you're paying me. We're not real friends. Don't go thinking that. Knowing he was joking, she said, Flattery will get you everywhere. He frowned. That doesn't even make sense. It does to me. Now drive. I'm driving, woman. Good. Then drive quietly. Won't they be watching your enemy's apartment? Are you sure this is going to work? Marty asked. It'll have to. It doesn't have to. Nothing has to work. What do you want? A written guarantee. Marty glanced over at her. The pressure getting to you? Never. And I'm not giving things to people. I'm putting something back. Isn't that a good thing? Karma might smile upon me for a change. Maybe it would if karma was a real thing. His forehead wrinkled. I didn't think you believed in higher forces, universal or godlike forces or anything like that. I believe in myself, but I'm always wondering what's real, you know? He chuckled. Well, time will tell if that's a good thing or a bad thing. He reached into the back and handed her a bag. Here, put this on. She looked in the bag and pulled out a uniform. It was a security firm's shirt. She pulled it on over her white singlet top. This is good. Thanks. I've got the whole deal, not just the shirt, and you'll have to put it on and the red wig. Radiate. Yes. I've matched the security tag ID to the red wig, so don't say you're not going to wear it. I'll wear it. I sure don't want to be spotted. She pulled trousers out of the bag. I can't put the trousers on here in the front seat. Wait until we stop and then duck in the back. Your shoes are in the bag in the back seat anyway. Did you get the right size? Marty rolled his eyes and stared at her. Watch the road, Trust screamed as he was just about to smash into a vehicle that had stopped for red lights in front of them. Steady on. Once he stopped, he glared at her. That about made me deaf. Well, watch where you're going. What? He tapped on his ear, and she hit him on the shoulder. This is exciting. Life's always exciting with you, Trust. I never know what's going to happen from one moment to the next. I didn't know I'd be helping you unsteal something when I woke up today. It feels good. I'm doing a good thing. An unselfish thing. So you should. The poor woman took a bullet for you. Not for me. I didn't have anything to do with it. We don't know for sure if that had anything to do with me and what was going on with the Purple Promise. I sure would like to see that diamond. Hold it in my hand for just a moment. It's a piece of history. One of a kind. Nothing will ever come like that again. It's a freak of nature, almost. Marty sighed. No one wanted to see and hold that diamond as much as Trust. No one will hold it. Probably not even the new owner once it's sold. It'll just live in a vault. It's a shame, really. The lights turned green and Marty's car roared into action. Trust knew the car was more than just a black car. It sounded like it had a plane's engine inside. They pulled up a couple of streets away from Monica's apartment. Those trousers might be a bit big. Put them on over your jeans. If you say so. Trust moved to the back seat and into the security uniform trousers. I wonder if I'll fool anyone. She adjusted her collar. Probably not. That's why I made you this. He handed her a wig. Put it on. So bright. Just put it on. After she pulled on the wig that was already tied in a low ponytail, he handed over a security badge with her photo on it. He'd altered the photo of her, so she was wearing the red hair and the uniform. Wow. Good job. I told you more than once, I'm more than just a pretty face. I can't believe how quickly you got it organized. That's the last compliment I'm giving you today. You'll get a big head. I don't need your compliments, Trust. I know my true worth. I've been thinking, I've never known you to do a good deed for someone, especially for someone you've only ever complained about. I just feel bad for the pain she's suffering. You're not growing soft, are you? Me? Of course not. Don't be absurd. He burst out laughing. Trust put one hand on the door handle. Wait. Are you sure you want to do this? Remember those men who did the Hatton Garden heist? They made a movie about them. Yes. What about them? When they drilled that hole through all that concrete and couldn't get through, they left. Their big mistake was going back. That's when they got caught. And now you're going back. I have a bad feeling. I've never been there, so I'm not going back. This is a totally different situation. Marty frowned. My point is, my crooked friend, that they went back. Just sell those diamonds you took from your frenemy. Better yet, give them to me. It's not worth getting caught over. I'm putting them back in her apartment. Don't move from this spot. It's not wise. You don't even know who took them. You're getting in over your head. Trust knew he was right, but the whole earring debacle was taking her mind off serenity and keeping her sane. I can't stay here forever. What if you get caught? Marty whined. Trust sighed. I'll be back in 30 minutes, if not before. I shouldn't be later than that. If I'm any later, leave. Really, you want me to drive off? Marty asked. Yes. Then go home while leaving you here? Yes, go back to your modest home, where all your modest cars are stored. Marty frowned at her, and then his face broke into a smile. He looked down at his watch and clicked a few buttons. See you in 30. Trust frowned, adjusted her red wig with one hand, and opened the car door with the other before she headed into the night. Chapter 23. Thanks to Trust's disguise, she walked in the front entrance of Monica's apartment building, straight through the foyer and into the elevator. The uniform and red hair changed her appearance completely. And with her jeans under the pants, she looked a good 4 sizes larger than she actually was. Still, she kept her head down so the identifiable features of her face weren't visible. She already knew there was no CCTV footage in any of the corridors, and when she got off the elevator on Monica's floor, she had a quick look for cameras. It was a habit. None. As she approached Monica's door, she took a quick look left and right before she took out her lock-picking tools. Kent had checked Monica's old security system. It hadn't even been turned on. After all, she probably had nothing left to steal. She certainly wouldn't be expecting someone to break in and leave something. With a jiggle of her tools, Trust was in. She closed the door behind her. The blinds were half open, allowing the lights outside to help her see. She couldn't chance turning on a light. She pulled the earrings out of her pocket. Now, Monica, where would you put a pair of earrings if you didn't put them into a safe? In a drawer, perhaps. Maybe a bottom drawer. Quickly, she moved to the bedroom and hovered over the nightstand. With her gloved hand, she pushed the box containing the earrings to the back and then slowly closed the drawer. It was then that she heard muffled voices. There was someone in the corridor. She moved to the bedroom door to listen, then the front door swung open, causing a shaft of light from the hallway to flood the room. She tiptoe ran back and looked for a place to hide. The only place was under the bed. She dove under it. Do you really want this place dusted for prints again? Yes. Thanks for doing this. I can't rely on the usual people. Trust recognized the voice immediately. It was Jack. But Monica said she didn't want this done, the other man said. I managed to talk her into it. She thinks she knows who broke in, and said that person wouldn't be stupid enough to leave prints. The woman Monica thinks broke in wouldn't leave prints, but she didn't do it. I know Monica's wrong. The trouble is, Monica thinks she'll look silly if she's wrong and it was just some common thief. If you say so. I do. Jack Fletcher was ordering the other man to dust for prints. You talking about Trust Zeigler? She's the talk of the bureau at the moment. There's talk. There should be less talk, Jack said, cutting the man off. You were the one who recommended she come in as a consultant, weren't you? I was. She held her breath. I can see why people are nervous, the man said. Jack replied, just do what you came here to do. I trust her completely. She's a changed woman and she's got too much to lose. You might be the only one who trusts her. Others will, in time. She's already proved immensely helpful. I just want to keep her from having fingers pointed. Okay. I'll do my job. Thank you. That's all I'm asking. Now Trust felt like a fool. Jack believed in her, but what if they found her in Monica's apartment right now? She wouldn't only be ruining her reputation, she'd ruin Jack's credibility. What would she say? How could she talk her way out of this one, if she were discovered? The front door was the only way out, and from the sounds of their voices, they were in front of the safe in Monica's closet. She would not have one reasonable excuse for being there. Not an excuse they would believe anyway. Trust opened her eyes and saw them coming into the bedroom. She saw Jack's shiny black leather shoes and the more casual shoes of the other man. You want me to dust in here too? Yes. Anywhere the thief might have gone. All Trust could do was stay still and hope that no one looked under the bed. Jack walked into the other room, leaving the fingerprinting officer in the bedroom. Jack was now talking on the phone, but she couldn't hear what was said. Then the officer dropped a brush, and it skipped across the wooden floorboards. Trust's heart was beating so hard she could feel it through her whole body. She was furious with herself for coming back. Marty was right for once, and she should have listened to him. Her sister was kidnapped, probably being starved, abused, and beaten. Her energy should have gone into that, not being nice to someone who hated her. He leaned down to pick up his brush. Hey Jack, come and look at this. She kept completely still. Had he seen her? What is it? Jack asked as he walked into the room. Something strange. Chapter 24. What is it? Jack asked once more. Looks like some kind of lock-picking tool. Trust was upset with herself. She'd shoved those tools into her pants. The pockets were shallow, and one of them had fallen out. At least she hadn't been spotted yet. All they had to do was look under the bed, but still, they hadn't expected anyone to be there. She was so grateful that she'd flipped the lock on the door after she had come in. If the door had been left unlocked, they would have searched the whole place. That's how he got in then. It wasn't the axe that broke down the door, Jack said. An axe? Jack continued. When this apartment was broken into, the door handle was chopped completely off. We found an axe nearby. According to the building's manager, the axe was kept under glass with the fire alarm button. We didn't know if it was an opportunist breaking in after the alarm had been raised. Now, thanks to you, we know someone hit Monica's apartment deliberately. I'll dust it for prints. Yes, and then I'll take it in as evidence. Strange how it was missed the first time around. Where exactly did you find it? Right here in the crack between this closet and the floorboards. The officer bent down, and Trust could see his shoulders. They must have looked in this closet first, before they found the safe in the other closet out there. Could be. Good job. Someone's got it in for her. I'll finish up in here, and then do the rest of the apartment. You don't have to stay. How long will you be? An hour at least. I can wait. Trust remembered Marty was only going to stay half an hour. He wouldn't be there when she was through. The dust under the bed was tickling Trust's nose. She held it so she wouldn't sneeze and breathed through her mouth. After a few minutes, the officer left the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Now Trust couldn't hear a thing. This wasn't good either. How was she supposed to know when they were gone? She looked at her watch. He'd said an hour, so she'd give it an hour, and then get out from under the bed. A long, slow hour passed. Trust slid out from under the bed and headed to the door. With her ear hard against the door, she listened carefully and couldn't hear a thing. Slowly, she opened the door and peeped out. No one was there. Just as she was halfway to the door and figuring out how she'd get home, movement caught her eye. She turned and saw the officer had just stood up. He was in the kitchen. "Where did you come from?" He thought she was a security guard, but she couldn't risk him recognizing her. She turned and made a dash for the door. "Freeze." He reached for his gun. Trust flung the door open and ran out into the hallway. The officer was hot on her heels. No sign of Jack Fletcher. Trust grabbed the door of the fire escape and ran down the stairs. The man wasn't going to give up. "Stop or I'll shoot." Trust couldn't stop. She kept running. Normally she knew she could outrun almost anyone, but with 2 pairs of pants on, she wasn't as fast as usual. When she got to the bottom of the building, she opened the door to see Marty. She ran past him. Now she had a chance. He raced to the fire door and leaned against it so whoever was chasing her couldn't get out. After running 2 blocks, she turned around. She found a dark place in an alley and stripped off her security clothes and the wig. With the bundle under her arm, she walked to where Marty had parked the car. To her surprise, he was sitting in the car waiting for her. She opened the door and got in. "How did you do that?" He stared at her. "Trust, I said half an hour." "I know, but you were much longer than that." "I know that. I was trapped under a bed while that officer who chased me was dusting for fingerprints. Jack Fletcher was there too." He shook a finger at her. "I told you not to go there." "You were right. Always am. Can we get out of here, please?" The car roared when he turned the key. "How did you get back here so fast?" she asked. "I think the officer thought you'd locked the door on him. He must have gone to the foyer to get out and continued chasing you." He still hadn't answered about how he'd gotten back to the car so fast, but she knew he wouldn't give a straight answer. "If it weren't for you, I might have been caught, again." "You're welcome." Trust smiled. "Thank you." "You're welcome again. Did the officer see you?" "Not very well." Marty sighed. "That's what I was afraid of. He'll be looking for someone with red hair and, thanks to these baggy clothes, someone who's a larger size." "You take too many risks, Trust." "No risk, no reward." "Yeah, and how's that working out for you so far?" Marty asked. "It worked for a long time. Luck runs out. Logical and careful planning doesn't." Trust looked at the dark road ahead. Marty was right. Her luck seemed to be running out fast. She just needed it to hold on until Serenity was safe. Chapter 25. Back in Jack's office the next morning, no mention was made about Monica or Monica's apartment. Jack was keeping her totally out of the loop. Did that mean he didn't trust her completely? This robbery is going to be much easier now that the auction house is involved in the hoax. "We can have everything how we want it," Trust said. "Yes, but it must be seen to be real to outsiders, and in particular, the people who have your sister." "Of course, but all they really need to know is that I've got the diamond. Then we have to trade the diamond for Serenity." When he hesitated, she asked, "Right?" "We'll do our best to take them all into custody." "What?" Trust screeched. "That'll be too dangerous. The safety of your sister is our top priority. We won't be doing one thing to risk her life. Trust me." "I do." "So you should. Now, about what you said about the robbery. It has to look and feel as legitimate as possible for this to work. If we turn the alarms off, you walk in and take it, it's simply not going to fly. They won't be convinced." "I know, but they have to. We have to come up with a plan." She didn't know why it had to be that hard if she wasn't stealing it for real. Something like this would normally take months to plan. I can't just pull ideas out of my ear. We don't have months, and neither has your sister. We've got to come up with a plan now. It's been days, Trust, and you've come up with nothing. It's like you're not putting everything into it. She pouted and walked over and sat down on the couch in the corner. I am. My sister is everything to me. She's the only one who believes in me. I went back to see my family to try to help find her, so please don't say I'm not putting my all into it. I'm sorry. I can't think on an empty stomach. He picked up the file that contained the plans and handed them to her. Study these, I'll get us some food. What would you? A bagel with cream cheese, please. Oh, and the bagel needs to be well toasted. Is that all? One bagel won't fill you up, will it? Yes. And another coffee. Thanks. He left her alone and she opened the file. She had to come up with something. She looked over the plans once again and read about the security measures that were in place. 20 minutes later, Jack was back. Trust looked up at him. Okay. Listen up. I hit the place at night. The diamond is only on display to registered bidders, not the general public. I doubt I'm going to get an invitation. She gave a girlish giggle. At night, we've been told it goes into the vault. I wait for the security guard to leave. I get into a window on the other side of the building where the security's low. I come down through the roof in the same room as the diamonds. I noticed a vent just outside the double doors here. She tapped on the plan of the room. I'll need to be provided with the combination to the vault and a key for the box it's in. That's doable, and that way you'll bypass the double doors with the magnetic field. What about the heat and motion detectors? The day before, which is already tomorrow, I or someone else will have to spray them with hairspray. That should be enough to hold them off until I do a more permanent fix on the actual day. Will that work? Sure. We can have that spraying bit done already. No real need for you to go there to do it yourself. Great. On the day, I'll cover it with an aluminum plate fitted with double-sided tape, just to be sure. There's only one of them. I can either cover the camera, or we can install dummy footage. Have you written this down somewhere? No, not yet. He put the food and coffee down on his desk. Tell me again from the start. She told him, step by step, how she was going to do it. When he'd finished typing, she asked, when are they going to switch the purple promise for the fake? I'm not sure exactly when. That hasn't been decided. Trust knew they wouldn't show the fake one to the buyers. They'd have to have the real one on display for those appointments. Her fingers wrapped around a coffee cup. Is this mine? Yes. He looked up. I'm going to email this to them. Ask them for the things you've suggested. Good. Sounds like we're finally getting somewhere. How good a fake is the fake diamond? It's not just some piece of glass or plastic, is it? It's a believable fake. It cost a small fortune to create. Cost a lot, that's a good sign. While Trust was sipping on her coffee, she looked through the glass walls of Jack's office and saw the officer from the other night. He walked down the hallway, stopped at Jack's door, and knocked. Come in, Graham. Trust, this is Officer Connors. Trust nodded. Pleased to meet you. He smiled. Likewise. There was no sign that he recognized her, unless he was a good actor. He turned his attention back to Jack. No prints that weren't Monica's. Jack looked uncomfortable. Thanks. And that other thing is now in evidence. Good job. Is that all? That's it. He looked at Trust again. Now, Trust realized Jack had gotten him to come in and take a look at her to see if she was the one he'd seen and chased last night. I'll be in touch, Jack said. The officer nodded and left his office. What was all that about? Trust asked. I had him dust Monica's apartment for prints. Trust's eyebrows rose as she pretended to be surprised. Wasn't that already done? Not properly, and not once we had all the facts. Oh. I see, and were there any prints that weren't found the first time? No. Jack shook his head. Is everything in place for the trade when we get Serenity back? Trust hoped again she'd done the right thing by involving the FBI. It was a huge risk, but so was keeping it from the FBI. We've got a plan in place. It'll be a delicate operation. Hostage situations usually are. But it's not really a hostage situation, it's a trade-off. Same deal. You just concentrate on getting that diamond and leave the rest to me, Jack said. Okay. I'll trust you. As I'm trusting you. He stared into her eyes. She managed a smile. Chapter 26. As soon as Trust got home, she called Kent. It's okay, you're in the clear, kind of, Kent informed her. The emails from the officer to Jack said the woman was overweight with red hair. That's a relief. Thanks, Kent. And for the record, I agree with Marty. You shouldn't have gone there. It was reckless. Why put yourself in danger like that? Trust grimaced. I agree with him too now. I need to go and get into the zone. Catch you later. Not so fast. You were going to tell me something about Monica a few days ago. You said you had something on her, Trust said. Yes. That's right. She grew up in the same rich social circles as Ryan Castle. A chill ran through her body at the horrifying sound of Ryan's name. Odd that there was a connection between two people who were out to get her. Kent must have ended the call because now the phone was beeping. She tossed the phone down, biting her lip as a dozen scenarios ran through her mind. None of them good. Trust was just starting on her honey chicken and fried rice Chinese takeout when the cell phone sounded. It wasn't the tone of her cell phone. It was the one the crooks had given her. She dove into her handbag and picked up the phone, hitting the answer button as quick as she could. Yes. If you breathe a word to anybody about this, your sister is going to get a bullet through her pretty little head. I haven't said anything. She remembered she had to keep them talking. The FBI was tracking the calls. Everything from my end is on track. When and how are we going to arrange the swap? She'd remembered she wasn't supposed to talk about the where until after she had the diamond. Hopefully, the ball would be in her court then. We'll let you know. I need to speak with Serenity. As soon as you've got the diamond, we'll call you and tell you what to do next. Put my sister on the phone. In the background, she heard Serenity. She sounded really upset. Stop it. What are you doing to her? If you've hurt one hair of her head, I'll. He laughed. Just keep your mouth shut. And then the call ended. She glanced up to see that all her curtains were closed and no one could see in. She picked up her regular cell phone and called Jack. She was out of breath with nervousness. When he answered, she blurted out, "They just called me." What did they say? It was awful. I heard Serenity in the background, and she sounded really upset. And he said to keep my mouth shut, or she'd get a bullet in her head. Trust's head throbbed. She felt that she was going to be sick. We're handling it. Don't worry. I'll make a call and see if you had them on the phone long enough for a trace. I am trusting you, that's why I told you. I have been relying on you. Getting upset won't do you any good. Keep calm. She took a deep breath. I'm trying, but it's hard. I'll see if we've got a location. I'll call back in a minute. She ended the call and sat down again, looking at the food and pushed it all to one side. Her appetite was well and truly gone. She wasn't even sure if they were feeding her sister anything or giving her water. They could have been giving her the bare minimum, just to keep her alive for the trade. But she guessed they intended to kill Serenity as soon as they got their hands on the diamond, and that was something Trust knew in her heart. Jack knew it too. They were most likely planning to kill her too, and everyone involved. It was all her fault. Their parents were right. She was no good, and if Serenity died, it would be all her fault. She'd never forgive herself. If only she'd been content to have what everybody else had, a normal life. No, marriage and kids and a house with a picket fence wasn't her. She could never do that. But she could have been a career woman, even a business owner, and if she'd gone down that path, her sister wouldn't have her life hanging in the balance right now. When the phone sounded, she jumped and then grabbed it. It was Jack calling her back. "What did you find out?" she asked. "We've got the vicinity narrowed down to the docks area, but we don't have the exact location." "Good, that's a help though, right?" "It certainly is." "I'm glad. Just keep that phone beside you at all times, okay?" Jack asked. "I will. It won't leave my side." "And trust." "Yes?" "Keep calm the best you can. For this to work, you need to have a clear head. It's not easy. Just remember you're a professional, and the show must go on. You've got to overcome your emotions." "Thanks for the pep talk. I'll try." "You'll have to do more than try if we're going to pull this off." She inhaled deeply. "I know. Okay. Do you have anyone who can come and stay with you?" Jack asked. "No, because I'd have to tell them what's wrong. I can send a female officer out." "No. I don't feel like entertaining anyone. I'd really rather be alone." "As you wish." She rubbed her weary head. "Call me back if you learn anything?" "I will." Trust ended the call, and then lay back on the couch thinking about Serenity. How had they grabbed her so easily? Then Trust recalled how they'd just plucked her off the street, and there had been nothing she could do about it, but something still nagged at her. Serenity had said something about a boyfriend, a new one. She sat bolt upright. In her experience, tiny small voices in her head were ones she had to listen to. Trust grabbed one of her phones and called Kent. "Kent, can you find out about Serenity's boyfriend? I forget his name." She said his name was Tony, but she didn't give me a last name. "Hey, I was just picking up the phone to call you. I've been checking her phone records like you asked." "I don't even remember asking you." "You didn't, but you meant to." She frowned. "Go on." "Most of the calls incoming and outgoing have been a different number from the previous month." "What do you mean?" Trust asked. "A number appears here a lot, and it wasn't on her last month's statement." "Whose number is it?" "His name's Tony Alfrati. That's what name the phone's registered under." "That's got to be him. And, did you look into him?" "I've done some background checking." Trust's heart pounded. "Go on." "He's got a criminal record." Trust knew she was right. "For what?" "Where do I start?" "A range of crimes starting from when he was 14. "How old is he now?" 29. "Extortion, blackmail, physical violence, assault." "Assault with a deadly weapon." Stop. How did you even find out?" "I didn't even mention that she had a new boyfriend." "The phone records." "Ah, of course. I didn't even think about this days ago." "That's why you pay me." "I'm glad you're thinking about it." Kent asked, "So you think he's involved with the people who kidnapped her?" "I think it would be a pretty sure bet." "Maybe I need to have a word with him," Trust said. "Do you know where I can find him?" "Do I know?" "Trust, who do you think you're speaking with?" Trust laughed. All right. I already gave you one compliment today. Isn't that enough? You don't need to push for more." He chuckled. "I could give you his last name and home address, but he's most often found working out at a gym in Harlem. Easiest to find him there." "Interesting. Give me the name." Trust grabbed a pen and wrote down the address Kent gave her. "It's frequented mainly by boxers," Kent added. "What are you saying?" "Boxers, men who box. It's a sport. They wear those big gloves." "Oh, he might be a boxer." "All I'm saying is don't get into an argument with him unless you can outrun him." "Thanks. I'll remember that hot tip." "When is he likely to go to the gym next?" "He's there at 8 every evening, leaves around 10. "Oh, in the dark." "Just say you want to ask him some questions about your sister." There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Kent asked. Won't he think it's odd that I just suddenly appear at his gym, and odd that I know about him? Do you have any other ideas? Kent asked. I could say that my mother told me he'd be there. Maybe my mother wouldn't know that information, but it'd distract him long enough for me to ask my questions. That's right, and long enough for Marty to put the tracker on his car. Do you think he'll lead us to Serenity? Trust asked. I'm hoping. I've already given the details of his car to Marty, and he's waiting on your call now. She looked up at the clock. I'll go there tonight. As she called Marty to make the arrangements, she forced down the Chinese food. She needed something to keep up her strength. Chapter 27. Trust had made the arrangements with Marty, and he wasted no time getting there. Now Marty was 2 streets away. Trust had to slip away without being followed, either by the FBI or the men in the SUV who were often seen outside her apartment building. Trust slipped out the back door of the building and walked to where Marty was waiting. As soon as she saw it, she rolled her eyes. He brought the bright canary yellow Lamborghini, the worst car in the world if they wanted to be inconspicuous. She opened the door and slipped into the passenger seat beside him. Why did you bring this car? Don't I even get a hello? A kiss on both cheeks. She knew Marty wasn't going to move anywhere until she kissed him on both cheeks. It was really a kiss in the air, as he didn't like to touch cheeks. He was insufferable sometimes. We're trying to lay low, not get followed, and this stands out like a sore thumb. Why don't we leave it here and get a cab if it bothers you so much? Trust ignored that question. Did you bring the tracking device? Got it in my fanny pack on the back seat. You wear a fanny pack. Only when I'm installing tracking devices on cars. Anyway, it's a popular accessory. Fair enough. After he grabbed his bag off the back seat, they both got out of the car. A minute later, they were in a taxi heading to the Boxers Gym in Harlem. Haven't been to a gym in years. Me neither, unless you count the one in prison. They kept the conversation off the job while they were in the taxi. They had the driver let them out a block up the road from the gym, and then they walked back. I've been thinking of going to the gym. I should check it out, Marty said. Trust frowned at him. Too far away from your home, why would you bother? I wouldn't want to go to one near my home. Why not? Wouldn't it be more convenient? Trust asked. I don't want to be seen getting fit. Trust laughed. You're so funny. You could get a personal trainer to come to your house. She pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and looked at the picture of her sister's new boyfriend. This is Tony Alfrati. Trust showed him the photo. I know. Kent sent me the same pic. Sorry about your sister. I didn't like to mention her, but I thought I should today. I am sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. She'll be fine, it's fine. Marty nodded. We can only hope so. I can't wait to see what this guy knows. That's his car, he's here. Trust was pleased about that. This was the only chance they had. Time was running out. I can't see any CCTV cameras. Quick, go and put the device on his car now while there's no one about. Will do. Trust stood at the doorway of the gym and looked in. From there she could see nothing. She realized she could have a long wait, and then she had an idea. Why not call his cell phone and ask to meet him? Marty bounded over. All done. Thank you. She grabbed his arm and moved well away from the doorway and told him her idea. Then why did I even need to come, he asked. To plant the thing on the car. And to drive me part of the way here. Trust smiled at him. You could have come the whole distance by taxi. It's not nice that I have to do everything by myself. Sometimes I just need a little help and support. 2 men coming out of the gym interrupted them. One of them was Tony Alfrati. Is that him? Marty asked. I'm sure it is. Although these muscle-bound men all start to look the same after a while, with their hunched shoulders and muscles making them look like they're missing a neck. Yes, it's true. That's why I avoided the gym for so long. I like to look unique and naturally fit. She ignored what Marty was prattling on about. He should have come out alone. Maybe he didn't get the memo, Marty whispered. Stay here. She strode over toward him. Excuse me, are you Tony Alfretti? He looked her up and down. Depends who's asking. I'm Trust, Serenity's sister. He frowned and then said to the other man, catch up with you later. The man nodded and walked away. How is Serenity? He asked. She's missing. Didn't you know that? I saw her the other day. She's not missing. I think she got upset when we broke up. Oh, is that what you think? She reminded herself not to be so sarcastic. She had to play along with him. So you broke up and she was upset with you? That's right. He eyed her suspiciously. Is that all you know? He scratched the back of his neck. Is there anything more to know? You don't think she's been abducted? His eyes grew wide. Hey, I told the police everything I know. I've got nothing to do with it. I just broke up with her, she disappeared, and that was it. I think she needs some time and some space. She's not the type to harm herself. Trust froze at that remark. No one said she was. How did you know I was here? He asked, taking a step toward her. What are you doing with an Amish girl? Amish? Who's Amish? Serenity. I don't think so. If she contacts you, would you ask her to call me? Sure, but I haven't seen her in a while. Thanks. She walked away. Marty was gone. Obviously hiding somewhere, scared of Tony. He did look kind of threatening. As soon as Tony drove off, Trust called Kent. I just talked with Tony, and he said he'd never been to the house. I believe him. He seemed to be telling the truth. I think there must be a second man. Do you have a name? Kent asked. No. She changes boyfriends so quickly it's hard to keep track. She's never really serious with any of them. Can you go through her phone records again and see who else she has called, particularly on the days she went missing? Yep. I'll call you back. Marty walked up just as she ended the call from Kent. Falling down on the job, is he? No, it's just a complicated situation. Two-timing is not complicated, it's been around for centuries. I can't say for sure that she was two-timing. She just dates the men. What I can't understand is why didn't she tell me? She tells me everything. At least I thought she did. From memory, the last man she liked was in the community, and that's why she rejoined it. The other day, she mentioned Tony. Marty rolled his eyes. What's the matter now? Trust asked. I shouldn't have let you talk me out of taking the car. We're supposed to be following that man. That's why I've got the tracker on his car. Now this way, we'll have to do the next best thing. And what's that? She followed him along the street to a parked car. He jimmied the driver's side door and then popped the lock. Hop in, it's open. We can't take. Get in, Marty yelled. Trust turned to see if anyone was watching, and when she saw movement at the door of the building, she jumped in the passenger seat. Marty zoomed away, and then threw his head back and laughed. It's been so long since I've done this. Yes, and for good reason. As soon as someone sees their car has been stolen, they'll call the cops. You can flash your badge at them if we're stopped. I don't have a badge, Trust yelled. Why not? I would insist they give me a badge. The subject of a badge never came up. What are we going to do now? We'll have the cops on our tails soon. We don't have to physically follow the car, since it's got the tracker. Stop, Marty. Trust screeched. Marty slowed down and stopped on the side of the road. I guess you're right. Kent can tell us where he's going. Trust was relieved. Let's get far away from this car. Don't leave anything behind and wipe your prints. Hey, this ain't my first rodeo. As he wiped down the steering wheel, Trust was getting out of the car. Are you going to steal that diamond? I'm going to fake steal it to get my sister back. Yes, but what if you were to steal it for real? Steal the real one for real. Then you can have more money for the empty pit. What empty pit? Trust asked. You call it a charity. I call it an empty pit that keeps needing money. Stop it. I'm helping people, changing lives. Well, think of how many lives you can change if you steal the real diamond and give the kidnappers the fake one. Marty stared at her. Don't tempt me, Satan. I've been called worse. He got out of the car and slammed the door shut and proceeded to wipe down the door. I'm sure you have. Trust walked away from the car. When Marty was done, he followed. Trust, think about it. If we steal this one, we'd never have to steal anything again. She faced him. We? Well, I mean you with me helping you, as always. Get the old team back doing something useful. Trust walked onward and said over her shoulder, as tempting as that might be, you're forgetting Serenity. What happens to her in your grand plans? What if we could get your sister back, keep the diamond, and fool the FBI into thinking someone else stole it? He rubbed his hands together. Trust stood still, and then turned around to face him with adrenaline coursing through her veins. For the past few days, she'd been thinking about a scenario such as that, but pushing it into the back of her mind. Now that Marty believed it was possible too, it suddenly seemed more doable. Chapter 28. Trust walked closer to Marty. Do you really think it's possible? Marty laughed. The tables have turned. You're usually the one trying to convince me to do weird and wonderful things. Like, for instance, breaking you out of jail via helicopter. Yes, well, it's not as though you don't do things like that every day. Marty sighed as they walked along the sidewalk in front of some factories. That's the kind of life I live. Exactly my point. So my question is, do you think it's really plausible, considering how much security is surrounding it? You've been handed the golden ticket. Like in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. You mean because I'm on the security team? Trust asked. Yes. Hello. He knocked on her head. Anyone home? She swiped at him. Stop it. I know what you're saying, but at the same time, that'll make me come under more scrutiny if something happens. It means you'll have to cover your tracks well, yes. We can do it. Trust frowned, thinking about it, while Marty stepped onto the road, whistling at a taxi and waving both hands in the air. Trust covered her ears, then hurried to jump into the vehicle that had stopped on the road. As the taxi moved on, Trust turned to look back at the car Marty had stolen. The police were already there. She dug Marty in the ribs, and he turned to look. Then he turned around with a smug grin pulling at his lips. He wasn't bothered by the close call one little bit. When they got back to Marty's car, they sat in it and talked. Trust broached the subject of what he'd just done. Why did you take that risk just now? You could have jeopardized everything if we'd been caught. I'm sorry, Trust. It was a moment of madness. He patted his bald head. I was letting my hair down. Midlife crisis. We can't afford for you to do that. I'm not going back to prison. Those girls will kill me for sure the moment I step foot back there. I know. He sighed as though he was bored. I heard all about your stories of horror. They weren't stories, they were true, Trust insisted. Trust's cell phone beeped. It was Kent. I'm sorry, Trust, but Tony Alfredi's just gone to his home. I had it checked out. He's there alone. Trust sighed. Thanks for trying, Kent. He might be involved, Marty said loud enough for Kent to hear. I know he might, but we're running out of time. Trust said, if he doesn't lead us to Serenity tonight, we've got nothing. I sure hope the FBI has located her by now, and they have a plan. Nope, Kent said. They don't? Trust asked. No, Trust. Nothing that they've put into place on their computers. Marty said, everything hinges on you tomorrow, Trust. Thanks, Kent. Have you had any more thoughts about that Star Wars movie, Trust? The new one? Marty asked. Is it out yet? Soon. Want to see it with me? Kent asked Marty. Sure, why not? Good. I'll be busy that day. Bye, Kent. Trust ended the call and then said to Marty, we'll talk soon. Trust left him and walked back to her apartment. There'd been no time to plan for her to steal the diamond for real. It was something that would take weeks or even months of planning. All that mattered anyway was getting her sister back alive and well. The day of the fake robbery arrived. Serenity was still missing, and there were 0 leads. Trust didn't feel the usual adrenaline pulses that she felt when she was preparing to steal something for real. There was no real excitement, only fear and dread that a mistake would be made that would lead to Serenity's demise. By now, the whole fake robbery had been arranged and orchestrated with the help of the auction house in conjunction with the FBI. Trust knew exactly what she was doing, and the whole thing was more like a dance than a robbery. She was playing a part and knew her role. It wasn't even possible for anything to go wrong if she followed the steps put in place. The only thing that could go wrong was swapping the fake diamond for Serenity. That was when the scary part would start. The SWAT team would have to save Serenity before those men realized the diamond was fake. As soon as she called those men to tell them she had the purple promise, they would move Serenity into place. And then she had to play the biggest role of her life. The biggest bluff of her life. She could do it, she had to. She got to the auction house at 2 in the morning. In through the first floor window, and up into the air conditioning shaft she went, and up from there into the ductwork beneath the roof. Then she pulled her body along the narrow space with only inches to spare. She reached the area where the auction house's vault was. Trust pulled off one of the ceiling panels, and then lowered herself to the floor. Wasting no time, she quickly covered the motion detector with an aluminum sheet attached with double-sided tape. No alarms had gone off, and that meant the hairspray Jack had gotten someone to spray the day before had worked. Dummy tapes had been installed, playing footage from 2 nights ago for the security guards on watch who weren't in on the plan. She looked around the small white room. There were at least 100 boxes of varying sizes. The purple promise, the fake one, was in box 89. She walked toward it, taking out her lock-picking tools. She smiled when the box clicked open. Everything was going to plan. When she heard a loud noise behind her, she spun around to see a masked man. He jumped down from the ceiling behind her. Trust stared at him, wondering if it was an FBI agent. The man ripped off his mask, and looming in front of her and staring down at her was Ryan Castle. Chapter 29. I knew you had to be involved in this somehow, she spat, her words filled with anger. What's that you've got there? His eyes zeroed in on box 89. It's the purple promise. You can have it, as long as I get Serenity back. I'm not an idiot, Trust. I know you've told what exactly is Jack to you? Kissing boss, kind of like a kissing cousin. It's a pretty cozy situation. He's at your house every other night. Just take the diamond, let Serenity go, and get out of my life. Ryan threw his head back and laughed. I know for a fact that the purple promise is not in the box you just opened. He looked all around. But it is in one of these other boxes. He looked back at Trust and grinned, showing his perfect white teeth, too perfect for a man with a heart as black as his. What do you say we go halves? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not doing that anymore. Is that so? Yet here you are. He smirked at her. She couldn't argue with that. I was forced to steal because of Serenity. Once a bad apple, always a bad apple. You can fool the FBI, but you can't fool me. Are you sure you haven't met my mother? His eyes widened. Seems mothers do know best. Let's start opening these boxes. All of them. Unless you know which one is housing the real purple promise. It's this one. She pulled out the beautifully carved wooden box containing the fake. I'm not an idiot. He grabbed the jewel box housing the replica stone, pushed it back into box 89 and closed it. Find me the real one, Trust. I've got as long as you want, but unfortunately your sister doesn't. If I were you, I'd hurry it along. If you want them opened, why don't you open them? I'm sure they would be easy to open with a crowbar or something. The locks don't need to be picked. He sat down on the floor. Why bark when you have a dog? I have to get out of here. I've only got a few minutes before they discover they're watching last night's footage. She pointed to the white security camera in the corner. Well, I suggest you better start opening those boxes if you ever want to see your sister alive again. He reached behind him and unhooked something from his belt, something black and made of fabric, and he threw it at her. Here, fill this. She picked it up off the floor. It was a black bag. Or what? He pulled a cell phone out of his pocket. Or your sister gets shot in the head. He said it in exactly the same voice as the man who had called her. Trust set about working. The first 2 boxes she opened were empty. She could sense Ryan's growing frustration. Then she moved to the opposite side, and the first one she opened contained a large diamond necklace. Trust took a second to admire the old mine-cut diamonds, dangling like raindrops suspended from the sky. She dropped it into the bag. The next box she opened held a large ruby the size of a hen's egg. It looked like it might have come out of the Indian crown jewels. It was breathtaking. She could feel the history surrounding it. That too went into the bag. Move it along, Trust. She turned to look at him. It would be quicker if you helped. No, it wouldn't, because we're going to close those boxes and they won't know anything is missing. How much time do we have? She glanced at her wristwatch. 10 more minutes, and then we have to go. Keep moving. Fill up the bag as much as you can. If you don't find the purple promise, your sister is dead. Don't think I'm joking. The next box she opened held a highly polished wooden case, similar to the one from box 89. She opened it and couldn't believe her eyes. She was equally pleased and devastated. Ryan would win again. He'd outsmarted and outwitted her once more. She was holding the purple promise in her hands, and it was too late to pretend the box was empty. Just a few small diamonds, she said as she pushed it into the bag. He immediately jumped up and grabbed the bag from her, retrieved the box and looked inside it. Then he snapped the wooden box shut. You're a dreadful liar. That's all we need. Let's get out of here. Wanting him to get arrested, she said, That's not very smart. You know that's going to be hard to move. Why don't we leave it here and take the rest of the goods? No. He looked above him, at the ceiling. Now, what did you plan as a way to get out of here? The way I came in. How do you intend to do that? She removed a wire rope from around her waist. It had a small grappling hook on one end and a mechanism that worked like a winch attached to the other. I'll show you. She threw it up, and it hooked on the metal frame of the ceiling access. Once she was up, and the bag of jewels with her, she pulled her legs up and over the edge of the ceiling opening and ducked into the void. Okay, that's good, Trust. Now throw it down for me. Bye-bye, Ryan Castle. Stop, Trust. If they don't get a call from me in a certain time, they have orders to kill Serenity. She couldn't risk it. There was a chance he was telling the truth. She sent the rope back down. I was gonna do that all the time. I just wanted you to sweat a little. He grabbed the end of the rope. Will this hold me? Yes, but you've got to lift your legs into the ceiling, the same way I did. This wasn't unfolding as she'd hoped or planned. Ryan would now be in possession of over $50 million worth of other people's jewels. They couldn't have planned for this happening. As soon as he got up into the roof with her, he grabbed the bag. There was nothing she could do about it. You've got the diamond. Now what's going to happen? I'll wait until I'm out of here, free and clear. Then I'll make the call for them to release your sister. Trust held onto his arm and looked into his eyes. Do you promise? Yes. Now lead the way out of here. By now, Jack would know something had gone wrong. She was supposed to have called him over 5 minutes ago, but she couldn't call him in front of Ryan. Forget it. I remember the rest of the way. I'm going first. Ryan slid along the ceiling and made his way to the room where Trust had originally broken in. Ryan, holding tightly to his bag of jewels, dropped down first. Trust heard a scuffle. She looked down to see a SWAT team with guns trained on him. Trust desperately hoped they knew she was innocent. What if they thought she was genuinely trying to steal the diamond, in partnership with Ryan? Ryan said to them, "Know what I got in here?" He held up the bag and threw it into the air. He used the momentary distraction to grab the gun off one of the men, and just as quickly had the man around the throat, pried off his helmet, and was now using him as a hostage. She was amazed at Ryan's skill. He had to have been trained in some sort of warfare or specialized combat to overpower a man in an armored suit. Then Ryan was gone. One of the men caught sight of her. "Come down with your arms up." A gun was pointed at her. "I'm not armed," Trust said. "I'm Trust Zeigler, working with the FBI." "Come down with your arms up." There was no sign he'd even heard what she'd said. She dropped to the floor, landing on her feet, and then another yelled at her to put her hands behind her head. She did as told, and heard one of them speak into a mouthpiece. "We've got one of them, female. She's identified herself as Trust Zeigler." "She's one of us," she heard another voice say. "Stay with her until I get there." It was hard to tell, but she thought the voice was Jack's. "That man who ran out of here just now, he's holding my sister hostage. Don't kill him. He needs to tell you where she is. Did he get away?" No one told her anything. They were silent. She sobbed. They thought she was a criminal, and what would become of Serenity? When she heard machine gun rounds being fired, Trust covered her ears. The men ran out and left her alone. Trust collapsed to the floor, sobbing. It seemed as though they'd killed Ryan, and now she'd never know what happened to her sister. The rest of the gang would hear about what happened to him, and what use would they have for Serenity? None. Soon she felt arms around her. She opened her eyes. It was Jack, on his knees beside her. "Serenity?" she asked. "We've got her. She's safe in the hospital, getting checked over." Relief washed over her, and tears poured from her eyes. She put her head against his shoulder and sobbed. After a couple of moments, she looked up at him. "Ryan Castle." He unbelievably slipped through our fingers. Trust's jaw dropped open. "It's not possible." He swallowed hard. "I'm sorry, but it is." He was seen clutching a black bag of sorts. "Tell me he didn't have the purple promise in that bag. We'll be in a lot of trouble. And it'll be hard for me to convince them you didn't play a part." Trust took a deep breath. "He thinks he's got it. I swapped it when I was in the roof void. He came in behind me when I was in the vault. It was almost as though he knew my every move." "Where is it?" Jack asked. She reached into the front pocket of her overalls and pulled out the diamond. It fit so comfortably in the palm of her hand. She held it up for him to see. His face lit up. "Is that?" "It sure is. It's the real one." He grabbed her face with both of his hands and kissed her right on the lips. She was stunned. Happy but stunned. The next thing she knew, Jack had gotten to his feet and was on the phone with someone, and Gunther appeared with two beefy-looking security guards behind him. "Thank you, Ms. Zeigler." Gunther reached out his hand for the diamond. She looked at the diamond, and then at Gunther. It was so hard to hand it over. It was so beautiful. She let it slide from her hand to his. Jack helped her to her feet, and she was too weak to respond. Handing it over had been the hardest thing she'd ever done. It was the most beautiful thing she'd seen, ever. Trust turned to Jack, who was now off the phone. "He forced me to open some other boxes. He got away with a huge diamond necklace, a jeweled clock, and a massive ruby." "Anything else?" Gunther asked. Trust shook her head. "Not that I'm aware of. We'll check the boxes." The security guards soon left, taking the diamond with them. "I can't believe he got away, again." Jack put his arm around her. "He won't get far. One of his men will give him up." "You think so?" He nodded. Can I see Serenity? I'll take you to her now. As they walked out of the building, Jack said, "It wouldn't hurt for you to get checked out as well." "I'm fine." "Did he hurt you?" Jack asked. "No. Only because I did everything he told me. I had to, for Serenity's sake." "You did well, Trust. You did really well." She held her stomach and glanced to her left. There was a bathroom. "I need to use the bathroom. I think I might be sick." She rushed in. 2 minutes later, she came back out, her face still damp from splashing cool water on it. "Better?" he asked. "Much better." Chapter 30. Jack opened his car door for Trust, and she slipped into the passenger seat. "Jack, could we do a quick stop at my place? I don't want Serenity to see me in these overalls." "Sure. It'll take me only a minute to change." "1 minute. You can time me. I know exactly what I'll wear." "That's a start. I'll wait in the car." With Jack waiting, Trust hurried past Nick, the doorman, with a wave and went up in the elevator. She unlocked her apartment door and laughed with relief. She called Kent. "All went well, and Serenity is safe." "I know. I heard. I can't talk long, but let Marty know too, okay?" "Already done, and Trust." "Yes?" "That boyfriend of Serenity's from the gym had nothing to do with the kidnapping." "That's a relief. Thanks." She ended the call, turned off the phone, and placed it back in the bathroom where she kept it hidden. Trust wandered back into the kitchen. Stepping into the better light, she reached into her overalls and pulled out the diamond necklace. It seemed like a million rainbows reflected out of each facet. She walked closer to the window where the sunlight was streaming in. In the sunlight, it was truly beautiful. She felt awful for taking it, but her charity needed $500,000, and this was the quickest way to get it. Trust silently vowed to herself that she'd make this right. She'd find out who owned it, and once she could access her overseas bank accounts, she'd pay them back in full. "Beautiful, isn't it?" a male voice boomed from behind her. Trust swung around, lowering the necklace. It was Ryan Castle. He lifted his hands and clapped. "Well done. Think you can take the purple promise from me, eh?" "I don't have it." "I figure you framed me, made them think I took it." "You took it." "It's a fake," he yelled, his hands curling into fists. Now she was scared for her life. Tiny beads of sweat formed on her forehead. "I don't have it." "I told you." "What's that you have there?" Ryan asked, moving closer. "The necklace. It's the only thing I took." She put it down on the marble kitchen island and slid it toward him. "Take it." He barely glanced at it. "It's a bauble. Worth a fraction of the diamond." "It's something. Something is better than nothing. Serenity is safe, so I don't care what happens to me." He pulled out a knife. "Tell me where it is, or I'll fillet you like a fish. I'll start by skinning you alive, one strip at a time, until you talk." Her phone was in her handbag, which was in the car with Jack. "You wouldn't." Her other cell phones were hidden in her bathroom and bedroom, but he stood between her and them. His eyes grew more evil and menacing, like those of the serial killers she'd seen on TV. "If I had it, I'd give it to you. I switched it, okay? The FBI has it, and they've got all your men. They're going to give you up." His lip curled into a vicious snarl, and he held the knife high in the air. He slowly walked toward her. She screamed as loud as she could, but it didn't stop him. He kept advancing, and she sank to the floor, huddling in the corner. He grabbed a handful of her hair and pulled her to her feet. Then she felt the cold, hard blade of the knife piercing her skin. "You'll have to get it back," he growled. "There's no way. It's done. I'll get something else for you. Take the necklace and I can get you more things." She knew he might kill her right then and there. There'd be no time for apologies or goodbyes to her family. "Say goodbye, Trust. Monica was right about you." She closed her eyes tightly, knowing this was the end. Her mind grew weary. Ryan knew Monica. That thought drifted away, and she thought of Jack. Would he find out she'd kept that necklace aside? Stolen it. The knife pierced her flesh, and her eyes flew wide open in shock. Then there was nothing. Darkness. Trust opened her eyes. An evil face peered down at her. She tried to scream, but her throat hurt. This had to be hell. Her mother and father were right. Hell was real, and so was the devil, something she hadn't wanted to think about, not for a moment. She'll be okay, she heard a voice say. Her head turned toward the calm and familiar voice. It was Jack. That meant she was alive. She turned back to the evil face and realized it was Monica, who was standing there in a robe. Jack stepped forward. Trust, it's me, Jack. She smiled weakly at him. You're in the hospital. You're okay. Monica's here. You're in the same hospital. I'm sorry, Trust. I was wrong about you. Jack told me what happened, how you risked your life and how that man tried to kill you. The doctor said you'd be okay. Trust closed her eyes, trying to block out the sound of Monica's shrill voice. In the darkness, she remembered the chandelier necklace she had in her hands when Ryan was in her apartment. They must have thought he'd brought it in. Serenity was safe, she was off the hook, and hopefully Ryan and his men were in prison. All was finally right in her world. Chapter 31. The day after Trust had been released from the hospital, she sat across from Serenity in her small apartment. The familiar surroundings offered little comfort as she studied her sister's face. Serenity seemed calm, almost too calm, considering everything she had been through. Trust still couldn't believe that Serenity was sitting here with her, safe and sound, after being kidnapped and held for days. The fear and helplessness Trust had felt during that time came rushing back as she looked at her sister. I knew you'd come through for me, Serenity said softly but with certainty, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Trust felt a pang of guilt. She had come through, but not without a significant cost. There were moments during those long days and nights when she wasn't sure she'd find Serenity in time, when the weight of her own past mistakes threatened to crush her. But Serenity didn't need to know that. She didn't need to know how close Trust had come to failing her. Of course I would, Trust replied, forcing a small smile. But I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Serenity. It was all because of me. Serenity shook her head, brushing off Trust's apology. It wasn't that bad, Trust. Really. The kidnappers weren't horrible, at least not most of the time. They got me whatever food I wanted, and I watched movies the whole time. They only got rough when they were on the phone with you. Trust's heart clenched at Serenity's words. The thought of her sister being treated like a pawn, at the mercy of those men, was almost too much to bear. What do you mean by rough? Serenity hesitated, her gaze dropping to her hands. There was a different man who came in sometimes. He wasn't like the others. He pushed me around, made it clear I wasn't supposed to be comfortable. But even he wasn't too bad, Trust. I knew you were out there doing everything you could to find me. Trust swallowed hard, trying to push down the rising tide of anger and guilt. She hated that Serenity had been put in that situation, hated that her own past had dragged her sister into such danger. I'm sorry, Serenity. I'm sorry you had to go through that because of me. It's not your fault. You didn't ask for this to happen. Besides, I'm okay now. You saved me. Trust nodded, though the guilt still gnawed at her. She was about to say more, when Serenity shifted in her seat, her expression turning curious. I heard you spoke with Tony, she said casually. Trust blinked, taken aback by the sudden change in topic. Tony? Yeah. He's not my boyfriend or anything, Serenity clarified quickly. I only went out with him a couple of times. Trust felt a mix of relief and confusion. Tony had been one of the people she had questioned during the search for Serenity, a lead that had turned out to be more frustrating than helpful. She had gotten the impression that he was more interested in causing trouble than providing any real information. But she hadn't pressed too hard. Her focus had been on finding Serenity as quickly as possible. And Mammy said you visited there to try to find me, Serenity continued, her voice dropping slightly. Trust nodded, the memory of that visit still fresh and painful. I did. I went back to the community, to the house. I never want to go back there again. Serenity looked at her with understanding, her eyes soft. I don't blame you. It's not exactly a welcoming place for either of us anymore. Where did you say you were? Trust asked, curiosity getting the better of her. To them, I mean. Serenity's expression brightened slightly, as if she were proud of the story she had concocted. I told them I left because I didn't want to go to our cousin's wedding, and I didn't know how to tell them. They didn't say anything. They never say much to me anymore. Trust raised an eyebrow. And they believed it? Serenity smiled, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Yes. I told the story well. They had no reason not to believe me. Trust shook her head, a mixture of disbelief and admiration bubbling up inside her. Serenity had always had a way of talking herself out of situations, a skill that had clearly served her well this time. But even so, the thought of Serenity being in such a vulnerable position, having to lie to cover up the truth, only added to the weight on Trust's shoulders. I'm just glad you're safe, Trust said finally, her voice quiet. Me too, but Trust, I knew you'd find me. I never doubted it. Trust wished she could share her sister's confidence, but the truth was, she had doubted herself every step of the way. The thought of losing Serenity, of not being able to protect her, had haunted her. And now, even with Serenity safe and sound, that fear lingered. But for now, Trust pushed those thoughts aside. Serenity was home, and that was all that mattered. The rest, her guilt, her unresolved issues with their family, her dangerous life with the FBI, could wait. For now, all she needed to do was be there for her sister, just as Serenity believed she always would be. Chapter 32. A week later. Trust let Jack into her apartment. The scar on her neck was healing nicely thanks to an excellent plastic surgeon, and Jack had agreed to come for dinner. She'd learned that Doug, who lived in the apartment underneath her, had heard her screams that day when Ryan had attacked her and had called the police. Meanwhile, Jack had been on his way up to her apartment because she'd taken so long. Ryan was now sitting in a prison cell, denied bail, awaiting trial. Trust was troubled by Ryan's last words to her about Monica. How did Ryan know Monica? Kent found out they grew up in the same circles, but they were close if they'd talked about her. Something told Trust to keep that information to herself for now, but she could never trust Monica. I've got something to show you, Trust said as she let Jack into her apartment. What is it? She pointed to the antique Qing Dynasty vase she'd purchased online. Is that? Yes. That's the one I was looking at on your computer a while back. I won it. He smiled and corrected her. You mean you bought it? It was an auction. I won the auction. His nose crinkled as he walked closer to inspect it. I hope you didn't pay too much. I paid enough. He turned around to face her. I'm glad you're okay, Trust. The Bureau is more than pleased with how you handled the situation, switching the Purple Promise like you did. It was a stroke of sheer genius. The scene replayed in her head, jogging her memory about something she'd forgotten. It was nothing. It was something. It was a big something. She laughed. Thank you for keeping Serenity safe. You said you would, and you did. All's good all around, but we still don't know who shot Monica and Tosh and why. Why use her gun? It was like they were sending her some kind of message. I guess that will take some time, but the truth always comes out in the end. Jack nodded. I hope so. Shall we go? Trust asked. He frowned at her. Go where? Dinner. He looked over at the kitchen, and then back at her. I thought you were cooking it. She shook her head. I'm not much of a cook. But you said come to your place for dinner, so I assumed. I thought you FBI agents only dealt in facts. She wagged a finger at him. Never assume anything. His lips turned upward at the corners, and he laughed. I invited you here for dinner, and from here we'll go there. And you can tell me how you found those people who had Serenity. I can tell you that right now. It was from the phone they gave you, and from following that SUV that was parked outside your place. We just put all the pieces together like a giant puzzle. How is Serenity? She's doing a lot better. She doesn't blame me at all. You couldn't help it. I still feel it was my fault. She headed to the door. Reservations are at 7. We can walk there if you're up for it. I am. As they ambled up the street in the cool evening air, Jack said, "At least we recovered everything Ryan Castle took except for a large ruby." "He's not giving that up?" Trust asked. "No. He insists he doesn't have it, and what's more, he's blaming you. He claims that you also took that diamond necklace and were admiring it when he broke into your apartment." Trust stared at Jack. "I hope you don't believe him." "Of course not. He's a liar, a compulsive one." Nodding, Trust agreed. "He sure is. I guess that ruby must be worth a fortune." "It's a Burmese ruby, said to be valued at a cool 30 million. Trust stopped walking for a moment. "Wow, that much for a ruby?" "That's what they say. And before I forget, Monica said to tell you she's sorry for accusing you of taking her earrings. She found them in her apartment." "Oh, that is good news." Trust grinned. "She's moving. She doesn't feel safe in that apartment anymore." "I don't blame her." After dinner with Jack that night, Trust found herself back at the scene of the Purple Promise crime. She walked into the bathroom where she had pretended to be sick a few weeks before. She entered the stall, locked the door, and stood on the toilet lid. She lifted off one section of the ceiling and pulled down a small box. Her heart raced with anticipation. Once her feet were back on the floor, she lifted the cover off the box to see the red gem. It didn't sparkle like the chandelier necklace. It didn't have the light reflecting off every facet like the Purple Promise had, but it was no less beautiful. She put her face closer to it and whispered, "You're coming home with your new mama for a while, until I figure out what to do with you." Thinking about the debt her charity owed, she added, "I've got 500,000 reasons to find you a new home." She tucked it into a pocket, smashed the box it came in with the heel of her boot until the pieces were small enough to flush down the toilet. When she was approaching her apartment building, she saw Jack pacing up and down outside. Her heart froze. Did he know where she'd been? In a flash, she saw herself going back to prison, surviving on only her wits. She was sure she'd covered her tracks and hadn't been followed. They'd just been out for dinner. She was supposed to be at home. What excuse would she have for being out? He caught sight of her and hurried over. "Trust, where have you been? The doorman said you'd gone out, and you haven't answered your phone." "I left my phone at home." "Why? What's wrong?" She held her breath, hoping he wasn't going to search her. She'd be caught red-handed, literally ruby red. There'd be no chance he'd ever fall in love with her. And it would make Monica's day if she were found guilty of something. Jack said, "It's Ryan Castle. He's escaped." Trust's fingertips flew to the scar Ryan had inflicted. This wasn't over. She wasn't safe, and neither were her family, until Ryan was locked up. Taking a deep breath, she did something she knew she had to do. "Jack, I had a hunch where Ryan hid that ruby you said was missing, and I was right." She took the ruby out of her pocket and put it in the palm of his hand. He looked at the gem and stared into her eyes. "This is the ruby. The prince's tears. I didn't realize it had a name, but yes, this is the one from the vault. They've just posted a reward for this of 500,000. You'll get that money, Trust." She shook her head. "For real? That was the exact amount needed for the charity." "Yes, for real. Where did you find it?" He stared into her eyes. "In the garden, where he was probably overpowering the man he took hostage. It was something he said before he stabbed me." She thought fast to make this convincing. "I've got a little something put away where no one will ever find it. I asked him what he was talking about, and he said he hid the ruby in the fork of a tree near the pond. It was the only pond around. It didn't take me long to find it. I don't know how you did it, Trust. Let's get you up to your apartment where you'll be safe. I'm calling for extra security to watch over you until Ryan Castle's back behind bars. The look on his face made her happier than any precious stone. He linked his arm through hers and walked with her to her apartment, and at that moment she was pleased she'd given up the ruby. She only hoped that tomorrow or the day after she wouldn't regret it. Chapter 3-3. Trust had stayed up late watching movies, planning to sleep in, but the early morning call on her burner phone shattered that plan. Only 2 people had that number, Kent and Marty, her long-term partners in crime. The call was strangely welcome. It saved her from the nightmare where Ryan Castle was strangling her in a car. She fumbled through her bedside table drawer and grabbed the phone just in time. "Hello." "It's me," Kent's voice was urgent. "I was asleep," she grumbled. "Vale is looking for you. I got an email." Merrick Vale, her main fence and mover of stolen goods, wasn't someone she wanted to ignore. He would only call her about something important. Trouble was in the air, and Trust could feel it. "Thanks. I'll call him when I wake up properly." "It's 9. I thought you were an early riser." "Sometimes. Not today." Trust ended the call and tossed the phone back in the drawer, annoyed. But something gnawed at her. She couldn't shake the bad feeling Merrick's name brought. After gulping down some coffee, she called Merrick. He picked up immediately, which wasn't a good sign. "What's up?" she asked, already bracing for bad news. "The dagger," Merrick said. Trust's stomach dropped, knowing immediately what he meant. The dagger, once owned by a Russian czar, was part of a haul she'd taken years ago. "You've finally got a buyer." "Not exactly. The diamonds on the dagger, they're fake, Trust." The words hit her like a punch. She hadn't checked the stones, assuming they were real. "That's impossible. I sold it just the other day. I hadn't gotten around to giving you your cut. Anyway, my client is furious. He's one of the most powerful men in New York, and I can't afford to upset him. Neither can you." Trust knew where this was heading, and she didn't like it. "Just give his money back and say you're sorry." "That's what I offered. He won't accept a return. He's demanding something from me, something big. I'm out of the game altogether now. Sorry, I can't help you." Merrick pressed on. "I know you've got some involvement with the FBI. I'm going straight. That's all I'm saying." "Well, you'll have to bend from going straight one more time. He's not giving us a choice. If we don't deliver, we're both in deep trouble. This is your fault as much as it is mine." Trust's mind raced. We had no reason to doubt the authenticity of the diamonds. Why would we? "You owe me one. Remember those diamond earrings I got back for you?" "I recall, but I didn't mean that I'd do anything like stealing. I'm not doing it again. If I don't get him what he wants, he's got the ability to take me and my whole organization down. My life will be ruined. And Trust? Yes? I won't go down alone." Trust took a deep breath. Merrick was not the type of man to throw out threats if he didn't mean them. And Merrick knew about every theft she'd ever committed. She could not risk him opening his mouth. What's the job? Getting back small statues that were stolen from him. Small gold, jewel-encrusted jade statues. They're on a mega yacht owned by Franklin Carver, the billionaire. You must get them back for our man, the rightful owner. Trust thought about that for a moment. "And your client is sure they're still there?" "He's sure. But Trust, if we don't get them, we're done, both of us. We'll be going to prison for a very long time. And as I said, you do owe me one." Trust couldn't believe it had come to this. Merrick knew too many of her secrets, too many of her crimes. One slip and new charges would crush her. Was she really about to be pulled back into the life she'd fought so desperately to escape? Thank you for reading Shadow. The next book in the Shunned by the Amish series is Book 4. Secret.